Evening. The time having arrived and a quorum being present, I call this meeting of the Brockton Finance Committee to order. Will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Item number 1 in the budget hearings is the mayor. Honorable Robert Sullivan, mayor invited.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the City Council. I'm excited to be with you tonight. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your dedication and collaboration during the last year. I want to thank the Council President who meets with me every single week, and she was phenomenal as we plan the budget preparations for today. I also want to give a shout out and a thank you to Troy Claxon, Aldo Petronio, and Superintendent Mike Thomas and Chris Correa. Again, we meet on a regular basis to go over the school budget as well, and you'll be hearing from the superintendent on Wednesday. I also want to give a public thank you to all the department heads. I charged all of them to call each and every one of you before the evening tonight, and I know that task was achieved. I want to thank Tim Cruz, the city clerk. He attends every department head meeting that we have. He doesn't need to. He doesn't work for me. But it just shows, again, the collaboration that's going on here at City Hall. So I want to thank you, Mr. Clerk. The budget books were given to you 13 days. We matched last year's. Again, the first budget, it was 8 days prior to the budget. Then it was 10. It was 13, and it was 13 again this year. So really, the goal, again, in this budget is to foster a healthy, vibrant community and increase development, which is going to enhance our tax base, and it's going to provide exceptional services to our residents and our business owners. I also want to thank Council President Castro. Many of you know I was diagnosed with pneumonia last Thursday. I'm on antibiotics, so Troy's in good shape. But to the credit of the Council President, the clerk, they had offered the ability for me to do Zoom tonight from my house, and I thanked them. I respectfully declined. It was too important. I needed to be here tonight, face-to-face, to talk to all of you. I also want to thank all of you that took my call in preparation of the budget. It was really informative. I also know many of you met for hours and hours this weekend, so I truly appreciate it. You really, you're doing what the job needs to be done as a legislator. So this budget maintains training for every single department. As you remember in last year's budget that you ratified, I did an initiative and I mandated that all department heads make sure that those that report to them in the specific departments have the ability to seek beneficial educational and professional training and knowledge. They have taken me up on that charge, and again, it's in the budget this year. I believe it helps the employees themselves, helps the customers, the residents that we serve, but also it helps the city. In terms of some of the wonderful things going on, I mean, you all know this, what's going on with the opera project. It's historic, it's life-changing, it's generational. We have $34 million from the federal government that's been committed. We have another 17.5 from Plymouth County that's been committed. We are going to be doing a groundbreaking at the Council on Aging Senior Center this month. You'll all be invited, of course, with Janice Fitzgerald. We'll be doing one at the War Memorial. We'll be doing one at this great building. Again, there's 8 different parks, plus the Cosgrove Pool being addressed vis-a-vis the opera funds. Again, you'll be seeing a lot of progress and groundbreakings going on this summer. You'll be seeing signage as well. Since last year's budget, I've given out $2 million of ARPA money, which averages about $50,000 to 43 different nonprofits. They're doing yeoman's work here in the city of Brockton, and we want to give them the ability to continue to help those that need assistance. Federal earmarks, you may recall last year I indicated that Troy and I had gone down to meet with the federal delegation, Congressman Lynch, and U.S. Senator Markey, U.S. Senator Warren. At that time we met with Markey and Lynch and also Congressman Keating. I respectfully requested $3 million for the Cosgrove Pool, another $2 million, which would help us plan our wastewater biosolids. We received all that, and all of you were there for that historic day here at City Hall. I want to thank you again. We went back again in March. I requested $2 million from Congressman Lynch for the Adams Garage. I requested $2.5 million from both Senator Markey and Senator Warren, which would be for the EOC section, the public safety. So again, no promises are made, but the House accepted it, the Senate accepted it, so I'm going to cross my fingers that, again, we'll get another 4.5 federal earmark, which is going to help us as we move forward. Talking about the public safety building, we have signed a contract with Suffolk Construction. We had and I stayed away, it was a hands away type of approach that I took, but we had a hiring committee, an interview committee. We had a lot of great applicants that wanted this job. Ultimately, the committee recommended back to me Suffolk Construction, and we executed a contract. Troy and I met with the CEO, Mr. Fish, the other day. I reiterated to him that it has to be ready for operations, red cut ribbon, the day of early day, September or late August of 2025. And he is ready, willing, and able to meet that date. So again, we will be having a groundbreaking, and all of you will be getting an invitation. And it's going to be, and I want to thank Councilor Fowler for assisting on this. It will be Wednesday, July 12th, between 5 and 6 p.m. Again, you're going to be getting an invite. The biggest thing about the $98 million, and I want to apologize, it's embarrassing when I sign a letter that has a Scrivener's error, but my letter to you in March says $19 million. I wish it was a $19 million, but it's not. It's $98 million that all of you, thank you, agreed to. I bugged Troy Clarkson to borrow it early, and I'm glad he agreed to borrow it early, because we borrowed it, we locked in early, interest rates were in the 2s, we're going to be saving millions and millions of dollars over the term. We also have fully supported Father Bill's Mainspring. Now, the homeless population, they're all of our residents, right? Those that have a roof over their heads and those that don't. So Father Bill's Mainspring, as we all know, is going to be going to Manley Street. It's going to be wraparound services, a campus setting. I've committed $650,000 from the Brockton tranche of the ARPA. Plymouth County has done a regional approach of another $350,000, a total $1 million. As soon as Father Bill's Mainspring relocates to Manley Street, the city has the first right of refusal to acquire that building. So if I'm elected mayor, I'll come back before all of you and ask you at that time to authorize us to acquire that building. But right now, again, the goal, and we have the first right of refusal, the city of Brockton, to acquire that building from Father Bill's Mainspring. Within the last year as well, as you all know, sometimes 3 strikes and you're out, but in this case, 3 strikes and you're lucky. We went to the Massachusetts State Building Authority, School Building Authority, and asked them for the renovation and or a new Brockton High School. First and second time we were not selected. Of course, the third time we were selected. It's going to be spread out over 5 years. That's the phase, so we won't be coming before you about that. We will be coming before you this summer because there's a $2 million due diligence period that we need to do. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. We need to do all our due diligence prior to them giving us final approval. And the due diligence period will be run by the state, and they'll be looking at everything from the wires to what's in the walls, what's under the ground, and then they'll report back, does it make sense to do a renovation or does it make sense to do a new building? I have committed this year, since I last saw you at the budget, $1.5 million, $750,000 for the Nelson Auditorium up at Brockton High School. Many of you, if not all of you, were up there recently for the Mamma Mia performance. It was great when it was built in 1970, but it's a little dated and it's a little need of some updates. So we're reimagining that. We're not going to spend too much money until, again, the MSBA comes back to us. We don't want to spend good money on a project if they ask us to change things. But I will tell you that the technology and the lighting and the sound will be renovated. It needs to be renovated. It's outdated. We are committed in this budget to keep the momentum going forward. As such, we must continue to do smart financing. We need to do strategic allocations of our reserves and our resources. We need to do appropriation so that we can ensure that the city operates at the highest level, but also we need to make sure we have financial stability. I've said this many times. A lot of you say it's a broken record, and it probably is at this point, but Brockton is a business. In this case, it's a $500 million business. We have to treat it as such, so we need to make sure that we adhere to the financial standards and spend money wisely, but also understand that all of those that we serve, all the constituents, expect the highest services here in the city of Brockton, and we will continue to do that. Our revenue forecast and our spending in this budget does remain conservative. We are prudent, and I am really talking to the CFO in this. We are fiscally conservative. We are also financially prudent by looking at cost containment measures, and Troy will be opining on that to all of you tonight with some examples. But the budget itself remains responsible and sustainable, and it continues to really invest in our collective futures. All of you know, thankfully, right now, the real estate values here in the city of Brockton are at an all-time high. Abandoned buildings are being renovated at a fast pace. Hundreds of new housing are being constructed in the core of the city and beyond. Campello and Montello, again, because of the transit-oriented development, right, the 3 commuter stops. We have new businesses relocating and locating to the city of Brockton. Case in point, West Chestnut Street, Nina left Needham and has a $12 million facility within the last year. That's a great thing for the city of Brockton. They employ Brockton residents. We allocate responsible savings to our reserves and our stabilization funds, and I know many times Councilor at Large and former Mayor Moses Rodriguez, my friend, has suggested that. Troy will be, again, clarifying that. I support that endeavor, and we need to make sure we have plenty of money. They used to call them rainy day funds, but we need to have stability in our stabilization. Proposed budget itself sustains my firm commitment to public safety. We also are continuing, if you ratify this budget, the cadet program, the junior cadet program, which gives an opportunity for our youngsters, boys and girls here in the city of Brockton that want to be going to law enforcement, get their feet wet, understand if this is the career calling for them. We are going to be hiring 2 of those as full-time police officers, so it has paid off. I want to thank Chief Perez, and you'll hear from her tonight for her support of that endeavor as well. It also dedicates savings from our pension obligation fund. Remember, we went out to bond. In essence, we refinanced that debt liability. Stiefel and Wall Street was able to do it in a half-a-day sale. We are saving a lot of debt savings. In fact, we're using that to pay off our $98 million public safety debt obligation levy right now. It also provides $5 million in administrative reimbursements from our enterprise funds. We have a duty to take money from the enterprise fund and reimburse. This year, it's an all-time high, $5 million, which is a great thing for all of us here in the city of Brockton. It also maintains our commitment to fully funding our public education here in the city of Brockton. I want to thank Aldo Petronio and Troy Clarkson, respective CFOs. You all received a letter. That letter was given to you today to read it, delve into it, ask questions going into Wednesday's school committee school meeting that the school committee and the superintendent will be at. Also, we are, and I've mentioned this many times to all of you, in this budget we are looking to fund 2 full-time new positions. They are dedicated grant writers. We do not currently have any full-time grant writers. I want to thank Paul Armano in the CFO's office. He has been working diligently on that. But if we pay, say it's $80,000 salary, we will actually get 10 times back. They will pay for themselves. We have this proven by Michelle St. James that used to be at the police department. I really believe that if we have 2 dedicated folks that know what they're doing, we will reap millions and millions and millions in grants, which in essence is free money. Case in point, I shared it with you. We're getting $151,000 from the federal government for a simple grant that we applied to for EV charging stations. And that was just by happen chance when I walked into someone down in Washington, D.C. So if we have 2 people dedicated, strictly focused on the eyes on the prize, I know it's going to pay off. Now, during my State of the City, I also mentioned in this budget is a new department, a standalone department. It's the Office of Immigration Services. I've spoken to many of you about this. A lot of you have had asked me legitimate questions. You know, Mayor, do you believe this is really a local initiative? I will tell you that it is indeed a local initiative. The city of Brockton has always been a welcoming community for immigrants from across the world. I will also tell you that when we went with Bridgewater State in December to Cabo Verde, Jeff Daigle, the U.S. ambassador to Cape Verde, shared with us that we are missing the boat by not providing services locally to those that are going to be coming here from Cape Verde and Haiti and Brazil and Angola and Ireland and Italy and Poland and Nigeria. So again, I respectfully ask that you strongly consider this. I also remember Councilor Falwell during the budget last year He cautioned that you never put the cart before the horse. So I want to let you know, last week the order was filed. It will go through the Ordinance Committee. This will be an order that will be adopted hopefully by the City Council. I know the chair is Councilor Azak, so it has been filed with the clerk's office. But I believe truly that if we work together on this, number one, it's going to pay off. It's also going to help countless, if not thousands of people coming to Brockton to better their lives and the lives of their families. So it is in the budget. If you have any questions, we can talk about that either tonight or when the CFO talks, whatever your will. I also want to let you know that there's a lot of goals and metrics under my administration. This budget reflects our ongoing review of goals and objectives for all my city departments. I meet every single week. We've peeled it back, actually, thanks to the clerk's suggestion, to every other week. But I have tasked every department since I've been mayor with developing plans. And this year I've actually mandated, they do a 3-year analysis of their performances. I want them to show us the outcomes. I want them to reflect that in their objectives. Their objectives are in each department here. But again, I believe the metrics are going to continue our commitment, our collaborative commitment to a transparent process so that we can fund the critical services that the departments respectfully are charged to do, but also that the public and community desires and needs and pays for. In addition, we're also working with IT. I know Ted Medeiros is here to track a performance metrics dashboard. It's currently live on the city website. If anybody would like to look at it, it allows for public access and viewing. Again, it's on the city website, and it is a dashboard similar to what Dr. Herman was doing during the pandemic. The city is continuing to develop a long-range financial plan. Troy and I have based it on approximately 10 years of data. It's going to provide, I believe, extensive and comprehensive perspective of the city's current finances, but more importantly, what the future holds when we plan. We are charged to plan for the future, but we need to make sure we have the money to do those plannings. And I think we'll be there based upon these metrics and really the core critical data responses that we're getting back. To finalize just a couple more things as we look ahead to the next fiscal year, I have set priorities, promoting Brockton as a growing, desirable city to live, to work, but also to visit. I think that was proven last weekend. A lot of you were walking downtown. The weather wasn't great for us, but Brockton Beers, Cultural Beer Fest, which was 300 tickets sold prior to the event. We had a lot of Brockton residents there. We had people from Hingham and Scituate and Marshfield. I talked to a guy from New Hampshire. We have to continue to welcome visitors. We have to attract them so that they are going to be catalysts for spending money here in the city of Brockton. I also want to continue to build an inclusive, welcoming environment for our residents, our business owners, and again, our visitors. City Council has been phenomenal working with me on this endeavor. Many of you attend, if not all, most of the flag raisings. We did another flag raising today for those from the Philippines that live and work in the city of Brockton, and we will continue to do that as long as I'm mayor of the city of Brockton. I'm also going to continue to foster an environment where constituent services, but more importantly, professionalism are a core focus. When people come here, I want them to be treated with the utmost respect. I said that on January 6, 2020 when I stood up there taking the oath of office, and I continue to say that. We are charged to work for the public. If you do not want to work for the public, you want to find another line of work. We have to treat people at all times the way that we want to be treated, and that's a mantra that I'm going to continue to harp on this year going into the future. Also, we want to continue to build our partnerships with our stakeholders throughout our business community. Also, our clergy here in the city of Brockton has a much farther reach than me as the mayor, and our higher education institutions. I was fortunate, and I want to thank State Representative / Councilor Elijah Mendez for giving a phenomenal address at Massasoit Community College recent graduation. I know Councilor Thompson was there, Councilor at-large Texera was there, I know the superintendent was there. It's difficult, it was early during the day, but that's our future. And so we want to give them all the tools in the proverbial toolbox to succeed, but also to stay in Brockton. We don't want to see graduates leave Brockton. We want them to continue to stay here and work here and thrive here. I also want to let you know that we are going to maintain our commitment to revitalization of the entire city. The focus was, again, in Chapter 40R, smart growth in the core of the city. But the city is not just the core. It's not just Montello, it's not just Campello, it's all around north, south, east, and west. We need to continue to do that with our infrastructure, but also more importantly with our economic development throughout the city of Brockton. I also want to respectfully at this time ask the city councilors to adhere to Massachusetts general law, which is chapter 44, section 32, and I hereby respectfully recommend that the city council, after they do their respective due diligence and analysis during the budget hearings, adopt the fiscal 24 budget as recommended in the budget order. I want to tell you that the amount is in the amount of $554,638,444. Comparing that to last year's adopted budget, it's an increase of $38,846,403. The fact that we're increasing the budget says that collectively we're all doing something good, because the money is coming into the city of Brockton. We have not seen the development and the cranes and the amount of construction going on in my lifetime. And I will tell you that the best is yet to come. We met today with the gentleman that has the Marion property under agreement. That building will be coming down in short order. Public safety building will be coming down in July. So we have a lot going on. Ted Carmen and his ribbon cuttings are going at the marvelous Marvin Hagler Petronelli building as well. So it's all on hands on deck. I'm here to answer any of the questions. I also would love to, after Troy gives his declaration, I'd love to talk about my own specific budget, the mayor's department budget. But again, I respectfully ask you to approve the budget tonight. I also want to make it clear that all the department heads should be ready, willing, and able to answer all the questions this evening and for the next 3 nights. We have been working diligently to make sure that the legislative body gets all the information that you all need. So thank you very much, and look forward to having a wonderful budget hearing. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Clarkson.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. Good evening. It's my pleasure and my honor as your Chief Financial Officer to be here before you to present this collaborative budget to you. I appear before you often at the Finance Committee. Tonight is special because it represents the collective work of many months, of many people. In my letter to you, I do highlight particularly members of my staff. Budget Director Tiffany Casulo and my team put many hours into this. This is the 4th budget in a row that I believe is worthy of the GFOA's Distinguished Budget Award. And that's important not just because we get this nice shiny plaque that we put in our office, but it represents the level of detail and transparency in this budget, not just for the City Council, but for our residents, taxpayers, and business people. So these 400 pages represent our story. They tell the story about what the mayor, as our CEO, values and what he's asking you to fund for next year's operations. Most importantly, and of course required by law, this budget is balanced. But it's balanced in a way, as the mayor described, that's fiscally responsible and fiscally sustainable. It essentially is a level services budget. We are proposing a budget that in some cases, specifically the Office of Immigration Services, proposes some new programs, but generally provides a level amount of services in keeping with our conservative approach. Just a couple of comments on the format of this budget that's before you. We have changed the departmental reports at the request of the council. So last year, one of the columns that we provided was a year-to-date spending that made it difficult to compare what had been approved by the council and what was being requested. So this year, we changed the format, and what you see in each department is the actual amount expended in fiscal year 22, what you voted during these hearings last year for this year's budget, and what we're proposing for next year. So you're able to make a comparison of June council vote to proposed June council vote. Now, we have here, and Tiff has her laptop if you have any specific inquiries, but I also have here with me the spending to date in each of those departments, and any amounts that have been changed throughout the fiscal year. So we tried to put it in a format that was understandable to both you and to members of the public. As the mayor mentioned, our revenue forecasting, as always, is conservative. This budget is built on conservative principles and conservative forecasting. So we take a look at our revenues before we look at proposed spending and not the other way around. We have robust reserves, and I mentioned this last year and I'll mention it again. We're very proud of the fact that the amount of reserves here in the city of Brockton are the most, we believe, ever in its history. As I sit before you tonight with the mayor, I can tell you that the city has more than $33 million in a variety of stabilization funds. That is a very significant amount, and it speaks to our financial stability. Now, despite the fact, though, that we project revenues conservatively, we're also mindful of some of the dynamics that exist in the city that allow us to propose this budget. So when you look at local receipts, in general, those are forecast at numbers that don't exceed the actuals for last year. However, there is, in public property, you'll see a significant increase, nearly $1 million in projected revenues from permits. That's generally public property. That's because of the significant activity that we see. So we're increasing the public property projections by almost $1 million for next year. But it's important to note that the revenues so far this year are nearly $6 million. That significantly exceeds even next year's projection. So although it's a significant increase in projected revenues, it's still very conservative and well within what we believe we will receive in revenues. Just to follow on with a couple of things that the mayor said, our spending under the American Rescue Plan is not part of this budget, as you know, and we have maintained our commitment of not using any of those ARPA funds for operating purposes. But we do have a significant amount of activity that's ongoing, including the ribbon cuttings that the mayor mentioned, lots of activity going on there. We do need to return to you, and we will do that hopefully during the summer session for an expanded vote by the City Council to appropriate the additional ARPA commitment that we've received from the county. And so we had talked about that, but I just wanted to mention that to you that that is in our planning. As the mayor mentioned, the public safety building project is progressing. We are hopefully going to receive an additional earmark to assist with some of those costs. But working with our team, we meet every Monday morning. The mayor leads a meeting with our project managers and some of the staff members involved with that project. I work very closely with our project manager, and now that we're getting ready for construction, we're working not even weekly, more than weekly, on making sure that those costs stay within that allotment that you made. And so in addition to the work preparing the budget, there's significant ongoing work to maintain our commitment for the investment in the city's infrastructure. During the last several months, the mayor and I met with every department head to review their budget. My team and I met with every department head before and after that with most of them. And so it's important, I think, that you as the City Council and certainly the public that's watching recognize that the production of this document represents several months' worth of work. And we meet, the departments propose their spending. We take a look at whether or not we can reasonably afford some of the initiatives. Again, we then meet with the mayor. There are more changes. So This document is far more than a set of spreadsheets that we put together. There's a lot of thought and a lot of work that goes into this. And as always, we encourage not just the council, but members of the public to ask questions. This budget is posted on the city's website, and so we really encourage people to ask questions and to be inquisitive about the money that we spend. So with that, I will turn it back to the mayor to specifically discuss his budget. I will be here alongside each department head. Thank you. Many of you asked some excellent questions. I'm sure there'll be more over the next 3 nights, but I will be here along with Tiff to answer any questions that you have, not just of the mayor, but of all our departments. I appreciate the effort that you put in and the collaboration throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Sullivan, before you begin, I just want to announce to you and to my colleagues that unfortunately, Councilor Tavares is not able to be with us this evening due to a work commitment. Okay, please continue, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Madam President, Chair, members of the esteemed City Council. I'm here on behalf of the Mayor's Department. I have presented to you what we believe is the expense summary that would be applicable for this fiscal year. And I'm really here to answer any questions that any of you may have relative to the mayor's budget at this time.
Councilor Mendez?
Hello.
Hi, Councilor.
You mentioned you had the 2 additional grant writers. Where is that located in the budget? Because I don't think that's included.
They would be, Madam Representative, Councilor Lodge, they would be actually in the CFO's budget.
Okay.
We decided that any grant writers dealing with money and grants would be better to be in the finance office.
Okay,
So it's
'cause
not under the mayor's office.
All right, perfect, because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it, and I wasn't sure what that was. The other question that I have regarding the immigration office, where are you planning to house, where would they be located in City Hall?
So they would be standalone. They would be here at City Hall. You might say, well, where, because space is a premium. We actually put out an RFP this week. Actually, it was open today because we are going to need annex space. The only applicant that applied, the only ownership that applied, I always get termed, where is it, right here?
This way, right? Yeah.
The building right next door to us that has the residential housing, the first floor has 5,000 square feet of open space. It used to be a health facility, and they're the only ones that are applied thus far. So we would, Council, we would have the Office of Immigration Services in this building. We also going to be transferring during the redevelopment of this building during the opera project. There's going to be a need to move some people around. And I also think that we've kind of come to the point right now, and I'm really supportive of what the council is doing with the Health and Human Services Department. At some point, Dr. Mondesser and his team and the Board of Health, they're running out of space over in the Staninsky building. It's a school building, and so at some point we want to transition them. I believe that if we go forward on the space right next door to us, we'd have that for multi-purposes. But my goal would be to have Office of Immigration. It's a three-employee department here at City Hall.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor Minicello?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. How are
Hey,
you?
Councilor.
With respect to the itemization for youth task force, can you just tell us what the funds went for this year and what you project for next year, what you'd like to accomplish?
Yeah, no, thank you. So I do want to thank former colleague of all of yours, Tina Cardozo, who brought this to my attention many budgets ago. We spent a lot of money on the youth task force. Jasmine Bradshaw, who's my social services director, she's in charge of assisting on all youth initiatives. So I can give you a case in point. We run programs, the Brockton After Dark program, the summer programs. We also pay for supplies and advertising and food and giveaways to the kids as well. We are working with the community schools. As you all know, that the Cosgrove pool will be closed this summer. So we are looking to transport kids that typically go to the Cosgrove on the east side to go up to the Manning pool behind Brockton High. There's going to be an expense to that. As mayor, I also chair the BAT bus, so we're looking to see how we can get transportation up there. I think the other thing that's extremely important is Dr. Jang and I never knew the acronym right.
EDR, Educational Divide Reform.
EDR is a summer program in conjunction with Brockton Public Schools, and we have committed $60,000 so that they can help more Brockton Public School kids this summer. They do it out of South Middle School, but that's a $60,000 allotment. So again, there's a lot that we're trying to use for the youth, and again, those are just some examples, Counselor.
So that money, it's safe to say, will be absorbed, basically, it's spent on the children and
That's the goal.
not on salaries and not on.
Oh, no, absolutely not. No.
And with respect to, I really thought the video of Brockton was phenomenal for this year. I assume that money goes into what comes from the tourism promo, I guess, budget, part of your budget?
Yes, we are. We're actively working with Chris Cooney and also with Bob Rivers from Eastern Bank Foundation. I gave all of you a party favor, I guess we'll call it. We're trying to market Where Better Begins, and synonymously, I guess not synonymously, that's not the right word, but in parallel with Brockton Public Schools, just an unbelievable video. I don't know if you were able to see it yet, but it's on their website. So we're trying to market it, and there's going to be an expense to market it. I know I came before you, and thank you again, city councilors, for replenishing some money that had been cut to my budget. But at the end of the day, we want to market it. We want to market it in a way we get the biggest bang for the buck. So as I said to you before, we want to put it in the Boston Business Journal. We want to put it in Banker and Tradesman. We want to put it in the New England Real Estate Journal. I also want to put it on the Bat Bus, and there's an expense to that. We've spoken to the MBTA, and I do want to make a public announcement that the Cape Flyer is not going to close. They're going to come to Brockton again to bring people to Cape Cod. It's only $10 round trip right now. They were going to get rid of it. We advocated and they supported it. I want to put Where Better Begins on certain trains that come to Brockton and certain train stations. So there is a cost to market that, Councillor, and I think I know we need the money to get the return on that investment.
So that's basically, so the additional money, well, I'm sorry, not additional money, but the monies that you forecast for that, you feel it would be spent on, promoting Brockton, advertising the promotion of Brockton, putting it into, having the community really shine and look good in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, we just spent $700,000, the city of Brockton, on a new state-of-the-art, high-definition scoreboard at the Brockton Rock Stadium. It was started to be installed this weekend. We posted it. It will be finalized this weekend. We want to put advertising on that, and there's no expense to that. But we want to make sure that when people come for the marvelous Marvin Hagler statue, when we do that, and the Frederick Douglass, thank you, State Rep Jerry Cassidy, for getting us $75,000. We're going to be putting a Frederick Douglass bust up on the Liberty Tree. I mean, every time people visit Brockton, we want to be able to showcase it, and we have to actually spend a little money to be able to do that, Councillor.
The word, as we all know, the word consultant sometimes has a negative connotation, but in many cases, consultants and their expertise are absolutely needed to defend the city and obviously to help our board, certainly, with some of the complex issues they deal with. With regard to your budget, Mr. Mayor, I see that you have an itemization for consultants. Could you just, it looks like you're looking for $90,000.
That's right. That's right.
Just summarize, what you would project you need that money for?
Sure. Couple things. Case in point, what's been proven with consultants, Dr. Rick Herman, right? We paid Rick $175 an hour to guide us through the pandemic. The pandemic, thankfully, is diminished. But I don't want to cut Dr. Herman loose right now. I've asked him if he would commit to 5 hours a week to help us. There's a lot going on, right? Why do we have the highest asthma rate among youth in the Commonwealth in Ward 4? How can you help us with the TB that's going on? This TB, tuberculosis, increases right now. So that would just be one example. But we also have an outside consultant that I've utilized, David Wedge. He's helped us when it comes to high-level PR and also crisis management. Thanks to his leadership, he was able to get me on NECN last week so I could advocate for some misnomers that were put out recently on a different report. But also, like the Collins Institute, we've hired the Collins Institute to help us with recruitment for the HR position, and we got Sandy Charton, and you're going to hear from her tonight. Consultants, the word has, I think, a bad connotation. And I'm not going to hire people just to hire people. I'm only going to hire people, number one, if we need it, if there's a lacking skill set that right now the city of Brockton may or may not have. And if we can get some expertise, it's going to help us take us to the next level, Councilor.
And I guess similar to the tourism promo, can you just tell us how the difference between the advertising and the tourism promo line item budget? What would go for, those funds would, how they would be different from each other?
I mean, the advertising component is actually kind of what I talked about before. I was talking on the tourism, but actually doing print ad. Tourism is geared to try to get tourism here, right? Highlighting Fuller Craft Museum, highlighting the Brockton Rocks, highlighting the family-friendly entertainment that we have. Try to attract tourism to Brockton, right? We're going to be having the walking tours, historic walking tours. That's tourism, right? Advertising is this expense to advertise and market the city of Brockton. Now, are they parallel? They are, because you're not going to get anybody coming as a tourist if they don't know about the city of Brockton. So,
Need one to have the other, I guess.
exactly, exactly.
I think that's all the questions for me, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Councilor.
Thank you. Counselor Farwell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We didn't have a chance to ask questions about the financial overview, but I just would like to get out to the public that you both provided the schools with exactly the amount of money that they requested for fiscal year '24, and I think that, and I noticed the letter that you pardon me, gave us, but I just think that's very important to get out there. We don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but I wanted to ask that earlier.
Absolutely. Every penny that they asked for, we ratified, and we gave that to them under this budget. Absolutely.
Okay.
There's no shortfall.
All right. Now, within your budget, we always have the allotment to Brockton Community Access of $675,000. And that $675,000 is part of a larger, probably a $1.2 million amount of revenue that comes in because of 5% imposed upon the revenues that Xfinity/Comcast generate in Brockton. We're very fortunate to have Leandra working out there, making sure that we're live and on TV. But I have to tell you, and I got an email the other day from someone over the weekend, I just have not been happy with the consistent level of services provided by BCA. And rather than just throw $675,000 to them beginning July 1st, as I discussed with you, I'd like to go back and I'd like to review that, what I understand is a written agreement between the city and BCA, and I'd like to know exactly what are we going to get for the money, what staffing will be provided, who will be around on a weekend if some technical glitch happens, because a lot of people tune in and there's no volume for the zoning board. There's no volume for the planning board. And we spend a lot of money, thanks to you, in this facility right now to bring about better audio and video. But in the year 2023, frankly, it has gotten embarrassing to hear all the complaints. So I just want you to know, I don't know how my colleagues feel. I'm of a mind to give them a portion of the 675, maybe for 3 months, and then find out when you and the law department have negotiated a better agreement, and then give them the rest. I'm certainly not suggesting we withhold that money, but we just have reached a point where improvements are needed. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but you and I talked about that.
Yeah, no, and first of all, I think it's a brilliant suggestion. I support it wholeheartedly. We have an unbelievable city solicitor, Megan Bridges, that will assist us on that. We have $2.7 million in the cable revolving fund. 2.7 is a heck of a lot of money. You know, I share your concerns. My mom and dad are in their 80s, and they tune in, and they said, Bobby, you weren't on the school committee the other night. It wasn't on TV. Well, I was at school committee. It just wasn't filmed properly. So I'm continuing to work on that. I will work with Megan, and I will work with the council president, but I think it's a great suggestion that I would support, Councilor.
All right. And lastly, I do think this immigration services proposal is meritorious. We have a number of community-based organizations. Immigration policy is a national issue, but to the extent that we help people who come into the city, give them information about health care, pediatric health care, people want to open up a business, to the extent that we can tell them, maybe you came from a less regulated community, and now you're in a highly regulated community with code enforcement requirements. We might cut down on a lot of the violations because I suspect people don't know exactly what's required of them. So I think there's a lot that could be done. It'll take a while to get that off and running if it's approved. But I do think that's a good step forward, because if I went to another country and I really didn't know my way around, I would want someone to be there to kind of assist me as I assimilate myself into that culture. And I think for short money, we can do a lot of good.
Thank you, Councilor. I will also share with you, and I think I shared it with the committee in the past, when we did go to Cape Verde, President Neves had shared with us, and also Cape Verdean ambassador, that there's about a projection of about a 3 to 4 year upfront where they know people are going to come to the United States, and specifically Brockton. So those gentlemen recommended that if we are able to get this established, that we can already provide services to folks, right, and their loved ones up front. A lot of those folks coming here really need, help and assistance and guidance, and it runs the gamut, right, from jobs to ESL. So I concur with you. I think it's long overdue in Brockton. Brockton was built on the backs of immigrants, right? I mean, all of us in this room are immigrants unless we're Native Americans. So, at the end of the day, I think, and I respectfully hope that the council would approve it. I think you look at how they've done it in Boston, even though Boston is a different municipality than Brockton. They're still made up with a lot of people going there, and we're having a lot of people coming here, and I just think that it just makes sense. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ward 3, Councilor D'Agostino.
Good evening.
Good evening, Councilor.
Thank you for being here. I only have a couple of questions.
Sure.
The first one on personal services, non-OT. I noticed full-time salaries appears to have a bump of about right around 50,000. And I was just wondering, is that pay increases or additional staff, or where's that coming from?
So no additional staff. If you go to the personal services page, again, these are projections as of April 30th when we went to get the documents to the printer. I said this last year, and I never knew this as a city councilor for X amount of years, but that amount of money that's for specific my salary, right, it's projected at 176. That's not what I'm getting paid right now. I get paid 171. What that is the mayor's salary is based upon the CPI index. So the ordinance says that the CPI index as of the end of July, whatever that is, that's the raise percentage to the mayor. Right. So when you look at those figures, I'm giving 2% to my team, except for Sydney Merrill. I did this last year, and I'm going to say it again. I think to the wisdom of the City Council, the ordinance pay increases, was long overdue. We want to pay and we want to retain. The Chief of Staff, in my opinion, is an assistant deputy head. So her salary is in line with what the increases are under the ordinance. My other team members are based upon a 2%. The mayor's is, again, based upon CPI, and Tiffany and Troy averaged out of the 3%. Might come a lot lower. A couple of years ago, I got a $700 raise. Last year, the CPI was 7%. So it's kind of a guesstimate at this point, but that's what those salaries are, Councilor.
All right, thank you. And the next one, and really the only other one I had, out-of-state travel. Yep. Looks like an additional $6,000. So a two-parter. First, we adopted a $9,000 amount for that in the soon-to-end fiscal year. So how much has been used there, and where was the travel? I know some of it was to DC. Maybe all of it was. I don't know.
You have those figures right through.
There's approximately $2,500 left between what's been spent and money that's been encumbered. So approximately 7,500 of the 10,000 has been spent, and having accompanied the mayor for most of those trips, it was the cost for our trip to Cape Verde were borne in my department and the mayor's. Our recent trip to D.C., as you may remember, was it this fiscal year when we went to Greenville?
Yes.
To Greenville, South Carolina, to talk to those folks about their downtown development. And there may have been others, but as I mentioned in my email to you last week, the trips have all been very fruitful and have resulted in either strengthened relationships or learned best practices, or in the case of our trips to Washington, D.C., significant money returning to the city in the form of earmarks.
Okay.
So
And-
I can just opine on that a little further. When I sat up there for 14 years, I used to always bash the mayor and say, to hell, travel? Until I sat in that office, I didn't know how important it is to actually travel. To call someone on Zoom, okay, but when you actually go down there and you meet with them and you tell the story and you ask for millions of dollars, I think, number one, they take it seriously when you're going there, right? And again, you jump on a plane, you get there an hour and a half, it's not a big deal. Case in point, Chris Cooney at the Chamber asked me recently to fly to D.C. to meet the Chamber folks down there as well. Brockton, the city of Brockton, was one of the original incorporators of the Chamber nationally. I haven't done that yet. But again, believe me, I got 3 young kids. I'd rather not fly anywhere. But if it's going to pay off and help the city, I'll do it. And again, it's not like I'm doing junkets. But again, I sat up there and I know. But I also think that the proof is in the pudding, and it has paid off. I don't make any promises that will continue to pay off, but I also know that Brockton, Massachusetts, and City Council, and the state delegation, and the mayor's office is highly regarded by our friends down in Washington.
All right. So you've got 7,500 of 9,000 used. You're looking for an additional 6. What do you anticipate? And I understand that it's a projection or anticipation at this point. What do you anticipate the additional funds?
So I was invited, and I didn't go. I declined it. Invited to go to the National Mayor's Conference. I do go to the one down at D.C., but I was asked by a couple mayors, because they understand what we're doing and how we didn't pause construction during COVID, to go to Dayton, Ohio. Dayton's not really any place I really want to go to, but they invited me. And when I saw the price point, I was like, no, I'm going to pass on that. I mean, I can send a letter or I could do a Zoom. But in hindsight, we're on the relationship building, right? And even though the mayor of Dayton might never help us here in Brockton, the opportunity that comes across, it might not be the Dayton mayor that I meet, but it could be another mayor. I was just invited later this month to go to Scranton, Pennsylvania to meet the mayor there. She and I went to the mayor's school at the Kennedy School of Government when we first elected mayor. And Scranton has that relationship ever since the Strand fire. So there is synergy between Scranton, Pennsylvania and the factories there versus the factories here. So again, it's not just going on trips to go on trips. It's making sure that, first of all, they're tangible, they make sense, but then you can bring something back that's going to help us. So there's some trips that I've been asked to go to that I've taken a pass on, but I also think that there's opportunities like Greenville. Who would have thought of going to Greenville, South Carolina? Not me. But I'll tell you, what we got out of that meeting is going to help us when we continue to develop downtown Brockton.
Okay, so you feel strongly that the additional funds would provide value to the taxpayers?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't put them in if I didn't think so. Absolutely.
All right. I believe that's all I had for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I hope you're feeling better.
Not great, but I'm there.
Yeah, no, thanks for toughing it out. We do appreciate that. And good evening, Mr. Clarkson, and we, again, thank you for your efforts in this year's budget. I just have a few quick questions. Regarding the public safety complex, we've discussed the 98 million. We've discussed about already borrowing the funds, putting it into the bank to save on interest costs, which I think was a really prudent move. Now that we've chosen our contractor, you said Suffolk Contract, and we'll be building the complex. I think I heard that somehow when we sign our contract, we're kind of locking in a number. Is that true? Because, Troy, you spoke about a meeting every month, making sure that we don't go over any costs. We got 98 million. I'm thinking that's about it. And so how do we ensure that it doesn't go over? And I think I heard something about when we somehow locked in what the cost will be, and that if it's any overrunnage of that number, that the developer would be responsible for that. Or could you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. For major construction projects in Massachusetts, generally, there are large ones like this. There are two ways to go about it. One is design, bid, build, and the other is called construction manager at risk. That's a newer, a change in the law. Fairly recently, I'll say, I don't know exactly when, but that is the process that the mayor, with advice from his team, including Solicitor Bridges and myself and others, elected to proceed with. And so that process, you're right, will commit the contractor to a fixed price for the entirety of the project. That's why it's called construction manager at risk, because they will then commit to a definitive figure. I believe, and we can check with the solicitor when she comes up, they did provide a figure during the bid process, but the final figure is still being negotiated. So we don't have, as far as I know, that final figure, but when we do, we will provide it to you. But again, they are responsible and assume, along with the municipality, significant risk in holding to that. We are also simultaneously, as you know, changing some of the traffic in the proximity of the public safety complex. Those costs, some of those are being borne outside of the project because they're not specifically related to the construction of the building. So we are using funds from other sources for some of that infrastructure work as well.
So in our negotiation for a final number, so you're saying we have not yet signed off on that final number. Is there any expectation it will be more than the 98 million that we've already allotted?
Absolutely not, Councilor. And Councilor Falwell sits in on every other, we do every week, but then we do it every other week with a larger group. And I've made it clear since day one, I am not going to go back and ask for a penny more. We got $98 million. We're going to build this beautiful building under that dollar amount. And we're going to do it, and we're going to make sure it gets done. We're going to have the two-way traffic, the asbestos abatement. The building was supposed to come down 2 months ago. There's asbestos in there. It's an old building. They built things with asbestos. So we're doing the abatement right now, but we're not going to spend any more money than the $98 million.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. And whenever we do get that final number, it'd be great to pass that along. One other issue is, I know I've been harping on this for a while. Do we have any update on, I didn't see it in your budget, and I'm sure it wouldn't be in your budget, and I kind of thumbed through, I looked through, public property wasn't in there either, but do we have any update on the downtown bridges and the potential cultural art exhibits that we're looking to install in there?
I mean, you and I have the same vision. I mean, we got to beautify that. We applied for another grant that Troy can talk to you about. The Bloomberg grant wasn't going to happen for Brockton. It was $1 million, but it wasn't going to happen. They're going to go to much larger municipalities. I want to thank Pat Hill and DPW. They're up there cleaning. I want to thank Jasmine. She's dealing with the folks under the bridges. There's a lot less people. But again, we want to try to beautify the core of the city. You know, I can't look you in the eye in good faith and say it's going to cost X because I don't know yet. I know you've been talking to John Messier in my office on a regular basis, and I thank you. I'm committed to making sure we can beautify that. I know Southeastern Regional vocational technical, has a strong interest in helping us. What's proven by them is they're going to do up at DW, up in Councilor Azak's ward, they're going to do a welcoming center starting in September. The old bathrooms that were discontinued when you're coming in from Oak Street, they look like the old pillboxes during World War II. It's going to be razzed, and there's going to be a brand-new house there that they're going to build. It's a student project. The city will pay for the supplies. So much like that project, they're interested in working with us on that. But again, I want to see if we get this grant. Paul filed it. Do you have an update on that at all?
So in general, we meet twice monthly with a representative of the mayor's office, Pat Hill, Rob May, myself, and Paul Umano from my team to update us on millions and millions of dollars worth of grant applications that we have out there. And we have been very successful. I'll get to the specific answer, but just because we're talking about grants, just for instance, one of the bipartisan infrastructure law grants, we were able to obtain a grant for $1.5 million and are using that for the equipment for the two-way traffic in the proximity to the public safety building, and we were the only municipality in Massachusetts to receive that grant. So we've been very aggressive and very successful. As it specifically relates to the artwork and the bridge project, I do know that there are a couple of different grants that we've pursued. I just this moment reached out to Paul to get an update. So I know it's a policy priority for you, Councilor, and we take that very seriously. So we'll get a specific update and let you know where it's at.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Just a couple more things. So going through, and I see Chairman see Jeff over here. The Licensing Commission, I know we're a man short on that board. Do we have any updates on trying to find somebody to fill that vacant position?
Yeah, actually, there's a female that's going to be appointed. We want to reflect all the different makes up of the city of Brockton. So there's an order that will be coming before you at the next meeting, so that you'll be able to hopefully welcome a new member. She's got a great background. She cares about Brockton, and she'll be a great addition.
Great. I'm looking forward to meeting her, and I appreciate that appointment. License Commission is extremely important commission, and I know it would be helpful if we had a full membership on that board. Two last things, a few. I'm looking at your actual budget, and I'm looking at the holiday parade, and I think the holiday parade, last year's holiday parade, it was one of the most successful holiday parades Brockton had. It was well attended. We've worked very hard on that, and we're probably going to start beginning discussions again within the next month on this year's holiday parade. I see that you've made a similar investment or allocation of $10,000 for this next fiscal year, and I'm just hoping that due to the success of our past holiday parade and the costs that are borne by the DBA and other participants, that I'm hoping that you would consider, if not this year but next year, if reelected, obviously, that you would consider, increasing the amount that's allocated for the holiday parade. I think there's a real bang for the buck in these funds.
I concur with that 1,000%. We kept it static at 10 grand. That's what we contributed last year. But just to kind of piggyback on Councilman Acello, I would view that as tourism. We're getting a lot of people coming to the city of Brockton. So I would never say no. If they needed 12,000 or 15,000, I'd come back to the council and explain it to you. But going into the next budget cycle, based upon what the hard number is going to be, we'll reflect that, and we might even put additional funds in there, because I concur with you. I think it's a wonderful day in the city of Brockton. It really is. And it's a tradition for all of us, not just as elected officials, but as Brocktonians. It's a fun time.
Right.
So absolutely, Councilor.
Great. Well, I appreciate that consideration, and we'll discuss that more as we prepare for the holiday parade. Two last things. So number one, and I was luckily appointed to the beautification committee this year, and we're trying to develop an active beautification committee. So I'm just hoping that maybe in the future we could have a line item maybe for beautification with with some money to help with advertising, to help with prizes or other incentives that the city could put together to help encourage the beautification of our city.
I think that's a great idea. What we will do is we'll work with Pat Hill, DPW, because again, for Keep Brockton Beautiful, there's a line item under there, dollar amount. Pat's going to come, I'm not to steal his thunder, but one day a year is just ceremonial. We're going to do it in the fall as well. I want to thank the council president for appointing you, Councilor, the beautification committee, and I was there the other night before I went to the New Heights graduation. Great group of people with a shared vision for a beautification of Brockton. So we can definitely, I'll support that. I think it should probably go into DPW for a line item. But again, great idea.
Right. I appreciate that and the consideration of that as well. And then just lastly, so you spoke about the Immigration Services Office, and I know we had a brief conversation about it. And I've practiced immigration law in the city of Brockton for over 12 years, and I do not disagree with the need to provide resources to new immigrants to Brockton to help them, assimilate to the American culture, learning English, gaining an education, finding employment, understanding and obeying our laws. I just have, this philosophical opposition to direct city resources to this. The director, your proposed director of immigrant services is proposed to make a salary that's more than we pay our veteran service officer or director on the Council of Aging. There's a philosophical opposition for me to direct city resources for what I believe is fundamentally a job for our nonprofits. In my experience, the immigrants' family, their church, the nonprofits like the Cape Verdean Association or the Haitian Community Partners, they provide assistance and counsel to new immigrants and to direct them to those needed resources. So if it's the will of this council to move, fund this office, I'm just going to ask that the office provide meticulous records as to how many people are seeking services, what are their needs, where are we directing them, what services are we providing, and really, most importantly, what are the outcomes? Are we, if we're going to be, if it's the will of this council to provide those resources for this office, we need to know whether it's making a difference and what are the outcomes that are being generated from this office. So I just wanted to state that.
I appreciate, when we had that conversation, I appreciated what you shared with me. I also know that on my opening statement, I'm really metrics driven, right? So I've asked department heads to do it. It would be the same thing for this new department. Proof has to be in the pudding. We're not just going to create a department just to say, hey, look at this. We created a department. And, the Cape Verdean Association does unbelievable work, right? And Haitian Community Partners and Angolan Association, Latin Women's Association. But there are a lot of groups that don't exist here in the city of Brockton. This was just foster, I think, a better synergy with the city of Brockton and the nonprofits, the organizations that exist and the ones that don't exist, And so I will make a pledge to you and a promise to you that if it is accepted, much like every other department, you have to give metrics and data, and I need people to report back to the city council. You guys approve the budget. It's my budget, but you approve it. And the synergy and the relationship has to be there, the collaboration, but then you have to see the tangible results as a result of that money, not just as an elected official, as a taxpayer.
No, and I do appreciate that. And if, metrics are involved in this process and, that we're doing good and not just feeling good, I'm a proponent of that. So I appreciate your comments on that. And thank you for being here.
Councilor,
thank you, Mr.
Mayor.
Mayor.
Much, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilors, to continue that discussion just for a moment, because the department, the Office of Immigration Services would be new and it's proposed, its budget is at page 284, and I think this would be the time. I didn't schedule it as part of our hearing schedule. This would be the time to ask Mayor Sullivan, who is proposing it, any questions on this office as it's proposed and on the budget that he set out at page 284. Okay, then see me if you want to revisit this before Thursday, okay? Thank you. Does anyone else have questions for Mayor Sullivan, Mr. Clarkson, at this time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I truly want to just say how thankful I am for each and every one of you. You know, we have had a wonderful working relationship since I've been mayor, and it wasn't always that way. There had been some fractures, right? City council, school committee, mayor, but those days are gone, and I want to thank all of you. You know, if the councilor from Ward 2 is here, I thank her as well. So let's continue to work together, and as my grandmother said, roll up the sleeves and get the job done. So thank you for what you're doing tonight, and I'm going to go home right now. So thank you very much. Be well, everybody. Thank you.
You too, Mr. Mayor.
See you. I'll see you. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next item?
Yeah, spray it
The
down.
next department is City Council. Invited Timothy Cruz, City Clerk.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
I guess I don't need to wipe that down. I think he's okay.
We shall find out tomorrow.
What a public servant.
Full service right here.
Thank you, councilors. This is the third time I've been here. The first time I was the assistant, and had been there for about a month, but I think it's fitting that the council president put the city council budget next, right after the mayor, because I think you all understand in our form of government, in fact, we're one of the only cities in the state with a Plan B type of government, with a strong council, a weak mayor, but you are you're not the executive, but you are the legislative here, and you're its most important budget after the mayor's. And I just want to go through a few things that the office has done this year. And as you know, I have two budgets. One is the clerk, and one is the council. This is the council budget. But some of the things we talked about doing last year were to get out in the field more and do some public outreach, and it's been very successful. Just to let you know, I've addressed on your behalf several of the city business associations this year, particularly the Montello business, more than once. I've attended several of your ward meetings. Recently, we've hosted in this chamber on your behalf, we've allowed the Promise College and Career Academy, which is part of the Brockton Public Schools, had a debate in here in their classes. We had Judge Michelle Fentress actually sat as a judge in here and worked with the kids on their debate. It was an exciting day. We also had Congressman Lynch use on your behalf in here with the director of the FDIC. So I've tried to get on your behalf out into the public more often, and it has worked, and I've enjoyed doing it. One of the other items that when I was looking that we had as a goal for this year, you took care of that just passed, and last Monday was the first night. But as you know now that my office will handle all of the Finance Committee meetings, and hopefully that will be just a more streamlined effort for you to give better service to the public, to your constituents. It's not that the auditor's office didn't do a good job. As we talked about at that ordinance meeting and the meeting to pass that, it's something that my office is more set up for. So that was one of the major goals that you had put in my hands last year, and we did get that done. Now, in fact, talking with a couple of you today, one of the concerns is there are two open positions in the budget truthfully, that should really be one at a higher salary. And again, I talked with a couple of you today. I think we'll have to judge over the next couple of months whether my office can handle the additional work for the Finance Committee without an additional person. I think we're going to be able to. Taylor Bennett has done a great job moving down. She's already had been doing much of the work before she left the auditor's office. So hopefully we won't need to fill that position. Those two positions which are in the budget as admin one positions which are true entry level, that would probably be combined into one. If I came to you and said we need to fill that, we may not. We'll have to. You'll have to give me your feedback in a few months and say, yeah, we need that other person. We may not. So I think we can talk about that at the time. In this budget, let me open. I think that's kind of the for the council budget now. And one other thing we have done is we hand deliver now to you. We don't use the mail anymore. You weren't always getting your items on time. So we now hand deliver, working with Officer Solomon and the police department and the academy, the young students there. We get hand delivered to you, and I think you're all getting everything in a more timely manner. And I'm here anytime you need that. We oversee all those committees with you. One of the items was to improve and upgrade the audiovisual and television capabilities. And as you know, it's been an ongoing. There are nights here, there are nights I've been at home when I've been calling and trying to figure out what's going on. One thing that has happened finally, and I think your constituents probably have noticed it without noticing it, we finally do have hard wiring back to BCA. There was about a 1-year wait for a part that they needed. So some of the meetings were being broadcast through YouTube to them and out. And that was, the quality of that was not acceptable at all. That part is done now. There's still other issues. I think that, but the quality of what's going out of here is, again, and that only happened about 3 weeks ago or a month ago. I think, and I'd be interested in feedback from you and your constituents as you go. I think you'll find that the quality is better. Now, what happens, you know, with the school committee the other night and all, I don't have any part of that, but certainly interested. I think what Councilor Fowler brought up with the mayor is not a bad idea. We've talked about it before, is to, it's always good to work with people, but holding their feet to the fire is not a bad thing in some cases. So the other thing that you'll see is the city council budget is only up about 7%, and that mostly reflects two things. One is we have new ordinance pay positions, and we have union positions that have been negotiated. The contract's gone up. But you'll see when we get to the clerk's budget, we have moved, and it was something we talked about last year, 3 of the employees were on the city council budget that don't do any city council work. That's where they were paid out of, and they should have been paid out of the clerk's budget. We have moved them, working with Troy in his office, and before I go any farther, one of the things that used to bother me as a councilor was every department head sitting up here and telling you what a great staff they had. But I can actually say I have the best staff of people that you could possibly work with, and that's no shining against any other department. But I get compliments from you and from constituents and from other departments on a regular basis about what a great staff I have, and I agree with them. And I'm sure they're all watching right now, because they do that, and then they give me a critique the next day. So I can't thank them enough, the whole staff. And again, you all tell me the same things. They're happy. They treat the public with respect. And we deal with the public probably face-to-face more than any other department, with the possible exception of the tax collector, obviously. And it makes my day joyous to come to. We have a lot of fun in the office, but most importantly, they treat the public with and each other with tremendous respect, and it makes it a great day to come into. And like I say, I used to just roll my eyes as a councilor when every department head would say that, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about that. So thank you to all of them. Thank you, Taylor, and the whole group. They are the best. So if you have any questions on the council budget, be happy to answer them. And then we can do the clerk's budget as a little separate. Some of the items are the same, but
Councilor Farwell?
I don't have a question, Clerk Cruz, but and I'm not being humorous, but you are one of the only people in City Hall where I haven't had a single person call and complain about them. I haven't had one employee complain about you as a boss. Everything seems to be, people seem to be cross-trained. They seem to know exactly what's expected of them. And frankly, I can't say that about anybody else, but so far you've led a charmed life with respect to any complaints, and I thank you for that.
My wife must not have your number, but thank you for saying that. I truly appreciate it, and I enjoy going to work every day. And everybody in this building, it amazes me, every other department head, how good it is to work with them. All the employees in the building, I'm not just saying that, they're great to work with, and you've all been my colleagues, or someone newer since I was on. I think one of the things that does help me is sitting over there for years. I understand what you need, and I do look at my job. In fact, the President and I were talking about, my job is to make your job easy. It's easier. You have enough, it's tough enough to sit over there and serve the constituents. My job is to make it so it's not difficult. And I like to think that I am successful at that so far. It's early. But thank you.
All set, thank you.
Councilor D'Agostino.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and I want to agree with you that your staff is amazing, and you are as well. Anytime I call your office, whether it's you or a member of your staff that I'm talking to, all of you are happy to help and quick to help me with what I need, and so I really do appreciate it. And I think you and your team are doing a great job of certainly making our jobs easier. I know that's been my experience, so mission accomplished as far as that goes.
Well, thank you.
I just have a question on, we'll start with the City Council. We talked about this a little bit, but so for personal services, 261,978. And like, this is one of those where there's 2 vacant positions that were open last year that are still open this year. So I'm just wondering what was actually used. Now, I know you mentioned some people got moved, so that may be a little hard to do a comparison of what was used this year.
Well, I can tell you percentage-wise what's been used.
Right. I know, because some folks have been shifted. It's going to be kind of hard to answer.
We have shifted, correct.
Clerk or counsel?
Clerk. I'm sorry, counsel. $206,693 has been used. This is actually as of the other day, which is 67% of what was budgeted. And that's what's used with the people that were in the budget last year.
Okay. All right.
And obviously, just so, somebody did ask me today, if the money that's in the budget, if it doesn't get used for those positions, stays in the general fund. It doesn't go anywhere. It's not, I don't spend time in this last month of the year saying, oh, quick, let's go buy some things, because that's just money that isn't, it's appropriated by you, but if it's not used, it stays there in the general fund. And I did get a question from somebody on that today.
I think that was a conversation we had, if I remember right. Yeah.
And again, I think that it shows as 2 entry-level positions. It would be an admin 2 at least, and then some of that would be, again, I expect to, in my regular dealings with you, to know whether we need to add that person or not for the, with the addition. Finance actually is an addition. Council is the bigger vote. Finance is more work. I mean, the meeting that we're here tonight is a finance meeting. It's a longer meeting. There's more to it. It's when you do most of your real work, so there's a lot more to it. I think we'll be able to do it with staff we have, but we're not sure yet. So.
All right. Madam President, are we waiting to go into the city clerk separately?
Yes, we'll do that next.
Okay, then that's all I have on the city council budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions? Well, thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that hat off and put on your clerk hat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the city clerk side, the clerk staff, again, we moved over 3 of the people that were on the council side last year, will now are now on the clerk side, where they belong. And again, I think it just was that way because it was always that way, and I'm not one of those, well, that's what we did, so that's what we'll do. You try to look at things to make things work smoother and better, and again, more accurately, the public looks at this and you look at this, they should be able to trust what they're reading is what's happening. Now, I will tell you right up front, and we did have this conversation today, several of you, one of my first priority after we get through the budget is to fill the assistant city clerk's position. That's an ordinance position, and the ordinance actually says shall be filled. There are several jobs that I have to do that if I wasn't here, only the assistant city clerk can do by state law. For instance, if the building inspector were incapacitated, the mayor can sign a building permit. The mayor can't sign a lot of paperwork that comes through my office, so that has to be filled. I had dragged my feet a little to see whether that person should be more on the clerk side or the council side. I think now that the office is running the way it is, I see that I probably really want somebody with experience with the vital records section of what we do, because my experience is working with you, my expertise. So I don't want to bring somebody in and have them become kind of your liaison and me running the office side of things. I still want to be the person that's there for you mostly, and that assistant city clerk would be the person kind of day-to-day running the vital record side of things, which is, and I'll give you a little of, our office is tremendously busy. We administer over 450 motor vehicle, garage, and fuel storage licenses, and some of you are very involved with that. And I think, I'm proud to say that we have really worked, the office we've made a goal of getting, every year, everybody didn't always pay. They don't get their license if they don't pay now. We're out there working hard to clean up some of those sites are some of the worst looking in the city. You've done a great thing in the last few months by working on the inspectional services. That will be a huge tool to fix those things. Right now, Deputy Williams is kind of a one-man band with Lieutenant Bonacker and his people out there trying to clean these up. Usually when we're trying to clean these up, it has to be when somebody's trying to do a transfer of a license. And it's amazing how many we're finding out as we go out to these places. And again, we're not the enforcer, but we're working with Deputy Williams in particular. And we go out and find out that the people running the business aren't the owner of the license. And we get to them right away and say, you've got to come into the city council and do a transfer, or you've got to close down. And I will be coming to you with some teeth, I hope. I'm going to work with the law department over the next few months and hopefully be able to put some teeth into the ordinance on motor vehicle repair licenses so that we can shut them down more easily. Right now, we have to get a whole track record, and then you're the only people that can shut somebody down. It can take a while to get here, and it almost never does. So I will be coming to you probably by the fall with some ideas to put some teeth into that ordinance. This office also brings in, we've brought in over $570,000 year to date. Of the non-enterprise funds accounts, Troy can probably correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we're the third most income of any office, again, of the non-enterprise accounts of sewer and water. And that's in basically $24 increments. So you can tell how many licenses that we do in a day. And it's amazing. You should spend some time. I walk out to the counter and I could hear 5 different languages being spoken at once. At least I think they are. I don't always know what I don't speak, but we speak. The only language right now we don't have anybody on staff that speaks, and my next hire, when we get a chance to do that, will hopefully be this, is Haitian Creole. But we have Cape Verdean, Portuguese, Spanish, and of course, there are so many different, particularly the Portuguese, there's so many different dialects. We're working right and left, and so many of the people that have language barriers, we understand, and my staff understands, they also don't understand why they're there sometimes, what they need to do. And they're so patient with them, and I'll come out and a face goes from nervous, you can tell, to happy as soon as they start talking to them, because they treat them well and in a joyous manner. And again, it makes my day very, very good to hear that happen, and it saves me from trying to stop an issue, because I don't get very many issues because they treat everyone with such respect. We do about 2,500 births in a year, certificates, 1,851 death certificates, 556 marriage certificates, 461 business certificates, only 23 yard sales this year, but we try to get the word out to make sure that they understand that they have to have a yard sale permit. We have started the process to update the zoning map. It is not, the clerk is the keeper of the zoning map. It hasn't been updated in about 25 years since the city hired the GIS mapper. My staff has started back in 1965, and they are going through every city council meeting since 1965 to write down a zoning change. We have a list, and there are days Taylor's eyes are cross-eyed by the end of the day, because we're up to about, I think we're up to 1995?
No, we're still in the 80s.
Still in the 80s. Updating zoning changes so that we can fix the map. And it hasn't been done in all those years, so. And then the biggest thing we finally have, hopefully by the end of the week, I'm waiting for the machines to come in, we'll be able to have online, the public will be able to go online and order birth certificates, death certificates, and marriage certificates if they're not a impounded record. And we'll be able to take credit cards. We're waiting for the credit card machine. So that was one of the things we wanted to start right away. I can't thank Marty Brophy and Mike Morris enough on that. It took a lot of investigation, and it turns out we had the ability pretty much all the time to do it through another company. So that's pretty much where we are on that. And again, my biggest, and again, to your concerns today, I do need to get the assistant city clerk job filled, because it is an ordinance position, and it's by law it says it shall be, that person shall be there. So that'll be the next step.
Councilor D'Agostino?
Okay, so first, I'm glad to hear some of the, for lack of a better way to put it, modernizations that are happening in your office. So I appreciate the undertaking, especially going through all of that zoning. I think I went blind thinking about it, never mind doing it. So thank you for that. Going into personal services again, I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked on the last one. What's been used year to date? And I know that's a little goofy because you moved some folks from one budget to the other, but as best you can, if you can give me a number on that.
60%, so $175,000, 60% of the, and that would be a big chunk of that, because the assistant clerk's salary is a pretty, fairly large salary, so that would make a big difference there, so.
Well, and that brings me to the next question. You're right, the assistant clerk is 110,125, so that is a big chunk of what's missing. Realistically, you said that you intend to fill that, and in fact, it sounds like you're required to fill it.
Yes.
Realistically, what do you think your timeline is for having that filled from?
I hope by the end of the summer, the beginning of the fall. I mean, take some time, and just to remind you, that's my appointment with the approval of you as a body. So I'll be bringing, hopefully, to you, again, I haven't advertised it or anything yet. But it's an appointment by the clerk with the approval of the council.
Okay.
But I need to get it filled partly because I'm also tethered to the office pretty much. If something were to happen, I can't be, I've taken a week's vacation and all, and I'll certainly do that. I mean, almost nothing is that so much of an emergency that we couldn't wait that long, but that somebody has to be there to, for instance, there was a loan audit today, Marty Brophy had to come in. I have to sign that, and it can't be stamped. Many things are just stamped. These can't be stamped. They have to be signed and sealed by the clerk. So.
Right. Well, and not for nothing, but, any number of reasons why you might not be able to be there, right? You could get sick, you could, vacation, family situation. I mean, there's any number of
Absolutely.
things that
Yep.
come up. So
Yeah.
certainly you need the flexibility to be able to not be there when it needs to
Right,
happen.
absolutely, I agree. It needs to be filled.
Right, okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson.
Nice job.
Taylor, next.
The next department is Human Resources. Invited Sandy Charton, Human Resources Director.
Good evening, Ms. Charton.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council.
Thank you.
I am glad to have the opportunity to come before you as I approach actually my first anniversary of working full-time for the city of Brockton. I watched some of last year's budget hearings to help me prepare for tonight, including my own appearance before the council, and I did cringe when I realized how strong my Bronx accent is, but so be it. At that time, I said I love the diversity of the city, its synergy, and the excitement, and I feel the same way tonight. The Human Resources Department, as you probably know, continues to play many roles: recruitment of a diverse workforce, onboarding, retention, and offboarding of employees, overseeing benefits for both city and school employees, training and development, labor and employee relations, compliance with various federal and state laws, advising managers and employees, and DEI initiatives. What has changed since last year? So we now have an Assistant Director of Human Resources, Christopher Shipp, and a DEI Manager, Amir Phillips, and I am thrilled. And no offense to Tim, but they have been wonderful additions to my extraordinary staff, and our incredible intern, Sean Sia, and both Chris and Amir are here tonight, so welcome. I suspect it's no surprise that we continue to be busy, and I know the council has a long night ahead of them, so I will just briefly touch upon some of our accomplishments, and then I will be glad to answer any questions you may have. And these accomplishments are in no particular order. Starting out with the recent event, last week we held a job fair aimed at Compass employees who had lost their jobs and other residents seeking employment. Compass didn't give us a lot of notice, and so we put this together quickly. We had 17 potential employers and approximately 70 attendees. Recruitment. Our office filled approximately 90 positions in the city this fiscal year. We are looking at metrics. We want to find out, where are people finding out about our jobs? How long does it take to fill a job? How do we do position control? So we've instituted a system when somebody wants a position filled. There's a form they fill out. It's signed off on the CFO, so we have information. Who are they replacing? Is this a backfill, a new position, or what? And that's really helped us. We continue to seek out new ways to advertise our jobs and to showcase why Brockton is a great place to work. We've attended job fairs, college fairs, construction and trade job fair. A renewed focus on DEI work. Building relationships with various colleges, revising policies, sexual harassment, non-discrimination statements, responding to complaints and concerns of our employees, participating actively in the interview process for various positions, providing a DEI presentation to department heads with more training to follow, analyzing EEO applicant demographic data, and starting a DEI book club. Training, which is a focus of the mayor and me, is LGBTQ training. There's been multi-session department head training and customer service training for all employees, which will continue. Both of these trainings were fully funded by a grant from the Commonwealth. Continued coaching and training by our Employee Assistance Program, which again is free. In addition, encouraging training within my own department. 2 staff members went to training through the Society for Human Resource Management, training conducted by the MCAD, FMLA training, EEOC training, a variety of trainings and seminars and workshops provided through MMA, and then basic Excel training and PowerPoint training. Benefits. As part of our goal to educate our employees and school employees about the variety of benefits offered by the city, we held a benefits fair featuring all of our vendors at the Brockton Public Library. We've also participated in introducing a diabetes management program for employees and lower cost prescription programs. Finally, and certainly not least, we've tried to institute some fun events for our employees. A baby photo contest, and I believe there was at least one counselor who participated in that. Halloween party, a dessert stroll, more to come. My goals for next year, in addition to everything else, is really I would love to leverage technology to streamline our processes, retool our website. That's really, I welcome any questions. If there's any meetings you ever would like me to go to, I would be glad to attend, and we'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilors? Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Oh, thank you.
I've got a question for you on your. Actually, let me go to Mr. Clarkson there first. Troy, is there any way we can get a list of the amount of monies that we spend on consultants in this city?
Most certainly, yes.
Both proposed and used?
We can have that for you for tomorrow night's meeting, yes.
I would appreciate that, because that's my question. I see here that back in 2022, we used $89,000 on consultants, and the budget last year was adopted for $190,000, and now we've got another $150,000 going into this year's budget. Can you talk a little bit about that, as to why we need all that money in consultants?
Sure, I'd be glad to, and then if Mr. Clarkson has anything to add. So what we've used this training, this consultant is some of the LBG training was funded through that. We've also used it for in some investigations that our office or the law office couldn't provide. And so it's been utilized for that. My understanding is the Lope settlement requires a certain amount, and again, I think Mr. Clarkson can speak more to that in terms of consultants.
Yes, to follow on with what the HR director said, you will notice, Counselor, that this year's approved budget is $190,000, and the budget that the mayor's recommending is a reduction of $40,000, so $150,000. Sandy is correct that in this budget in particular, there was a legal settlement that required us to budget at that amount, I believe, for at least one more year. Thus far this year, they've spent approximately $25,500 out of that, and so recognizing that they probably didn't need all of that money, when we reviewed the departmental budget from this year to the proposed for next year, we made that reduction of $40,000, recognizing that all of those monies were probably not needed. But what we will provide for all of you for tomorrow is, in each department, as I understand the request, the amount that's budgeted for this year, the amount expended so far this year, and the amount that's requested for next year.
Correct.
Okay, sure. Happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Good evening. Thank you.
The next department is the Law Department. Invited Megan Bridges, City Solicitor.
Attorney Bridges.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing from me. Madam President, members of the council, I'm honored to present to you the Law Department's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And as you know, budgeting is a critical aspect of any successful business, whether public or private, and it ensures that we allocate our resources effectively and efficiently to achieve our goals and objectives. So what you have in front of you tonight is a Law Department budget that's essentially level funded, and what it takes to operate and manage legal operations for a $500 million corporation. And I thankfully do not have pneumonia, but I do have something going on, so maybe bear with me just a little bit. What you have in front of you is essentially a level funded budget. If you look on the, page 295, you will see a very similar chart to fiscal year 23. I will highlight for you that there are essentially two changes. The full-time assistant city solicitor, who is the bottom of that category of folks, is attorney Kayla Vinchauskas. She replaced attorney Erica Pereira in April of this year. Erica worked for us through February and went back to her employer, where she worked for approximately 12 years before coming onto the city. So we have Kayla now. She's a great addition. And 3 lines below that on the admin 1 appears as vacant, but we did fill that job in FY23. The person worked for us for approximately 6 or 7 months and then took a job to Greater Boston Legal Services, which was more in line with what they wanted to do in terms of their career objectives. My department doesn't serve the public, so that is a little confusing sometimes for folks who are trying to advance a legal career. So the position has not been vacant for the fiscal year. Paola, our former employee, Paola Bertus, started working with us in August 2022, left us in somewhere close to Erica, February, probably. So, and we've been actively trying to recruit for that job. So I would urge you to allow it to remain there and funded. And if you'd allow me to speak on it for a moment. Michelle Yaffe and Cynthia Olivier are the only administrative support for a $5 million department, and they both have at least one other job. Michelle is the secretary to the Traffic Commission, and she also handles parking ticket appeals. Cynthia, because we eliminated the workers' comp department from the city, is our workers' comp liaison. So she works between the city, its employees, and our third-party administrator to make sure things are seamless for the employee, that they get their money, that they get their right money, that everything keeps moving. Because the person on the other end is an administrator. They don't make decisions for the city. They just help us carry out our legally required function of providing workers' comp insurance and support. So the admin 1 that is vacant right now is necessary beyond words for the department, just to maintain someone answering the phone, someone answering the door. Cynthia's on vacation this week, as she's allowed to be, and so that means I have one person, and that person's Michelle. So we do need another person in there, but we've had very great consistency and not a lot of, almost minimal turnover in the department. As Sandy mentioned, it's about a year for her since her full-time service, and then her appointment was actually effective only in January. So the law department supported HR for a lot of the last fiscal year also. And then I'll just highlight a couple of this year's accomplishments, and whatever questions you have, I'll certainly be happy to answer them as best I can. So I work with you all intimately and a lot. For the folks at home who don't know, the law department is the main source of legal defense for the city, evaluating liability, giving advice on certain aspects that involve the law in city governance. So the lawsuits that come to the city, which is one of our main jobs, involve an a large variety of subject matter: property damage claims, slip and fall, negligence, civil service, sewer backups, construction bid protests, discrimination cases, of course, some civil rights violations, land use matters, zoning board of appeals issues, employment and labor matters. I myself had a federal trial in March of 2023, 4 full days in Boston federal court defending Brockton police officers regarding their matters that happen within their scope of employment. We are intimately involved in the public safety complex. Many of you know the Brightfield site off of Grove Street. The law department is trying to revive that site for energy production. We draft ordinances. We manage and negotiate eminent domain matters. The mayor mentioned father bills and that option. You might remember the drug scandal cases from 2012 that 40,000 folks' convictions were ultimately vacated because state crime labs had some issues with folks who worked there. All of those people who were once criminal defendants and found guilty for some type of crime are now suing the state and the city, inclusive of Brockton, because of what those drug lab employees did. So we don't, unfortunately, have a gate. We don't get to stop what comes to us. But we do our absolute best to defend it and maintain the city's reputation and provide the best legal advice possible. And with that, the last thing I'd leave you with is the city is also infrequently, but sometimes a plaintiff in litigation. And right now I've taken it upon the law department to seek out these opportunities where they are, because we're not a revenue generating department. But I would like to be able to tell you all what the cost savings are on cases in the future. Like if the exposure was 300 and we resolved it for 30, I'd like to tell you that. Or I'd like to tell you that we sued opioid manufacturers, because we did, and we sued Juul, because we did, and we're involved in a lawsuit right now against Meta and social media, and PFAS, complex toxic torts. And we've gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars for the city in these national class action matters because we are a legitimate defendant. So those are some of the exciting things that we have going on. And I live and work in the city, and I love the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Minichiello.
Good evening, Councilor. How are you?
Great, thank you.
I know your office handles a multitude of different issues all at once. And I understand that the office certainly, with respect to attorneys, has maintained the same number of attorneys from last year to this year. Can you just talk to us a little bit? I asked the mayor the same question. People don't like the term consultants, okay? But, I understand that, especially with respect to law, which I have a little understanding of, that every lawyer cannot know and do every single aspect of the law that's out there. And there are items that are complex that perhaps we don't have the expertise for. Could you just talk to us about the line item with regard to consultants? Last year it was earmarked for $71,810, where we are with that, and then this year you're looking for $96,810. Can you just tell us your reasoning and justification, perhaps, please?
Yes, appreciate the question very much, and if it's okay with you, I'm going to speak to Councilor Rodriguez also, because I heard the same concern. I brought the data that Councilor Rodriguez asked for, actually. I have every single dollar that has went out from my department to a consultant this year. So what I can say is that the consultant line item falls under the statutory category of purchase of services. So last year, my budget was one of the budgets who received a cut. And to Councilor Minichiello's data point, it was actually asked for the same funding last year that is being asked for this year. So in FY23, the request for the line was $96,810. And then there was a reduction in the budget that brought it to $71,800. So that's where that number comes from. So I'm not asking for more, I'm asking for the same. And what I've spent this year is $88,898 because I got a little bit of a transfer. You might recall I was in front of you all in the spring. What is paid out of that line item is, I mentioned that we have a workers' comp administrator. $50,000 of that money goes directly to Future Comp, who we brought on as a vendor through an RFP. So I have zero discretion over 3/4 of the money that I had last year. What I spent the remaining money on was the city, my department, License Commission, Workers' Comp, before it was sort of eliminated, and Law Department scanned all of our paper records. So we used someone off the state bid list, and we modernized our department so that we have electronic access to our records. And then there were a couple arbitrators that we paid from that. There was a deposition service, but it's small. The majority of it went to the workers' comp administrator, and I do use consultants for land use matters or, we have to pay. I've been able to use it less for an actual consultant because it's committed to the workers' comp, which I'm not asking for anything other than that, just 50 that's discretionary.
And obviously, that money, I would assume, is necessary to administer the workman's comp work.
It's by contract, yes.
And if we don't have that, we'd have to hire a person to do it, correct?
And that job, this actually is a cost savings. The
Right,
job
but-
itself was a $75,000 plus job.
That's basically what I'm coming up with, that if we were going to hire someone for that job, you're going to be spending more than this. So, okay, I understand that. Thank you very much.
All set?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, sorry, thank you.
Counselor D'Agostino.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being here. So first, I want to thank you for the explanation on the admin one. I know we spoke about that earlier, and obviously just looking at the budget book, it looks like it's a year-to-year continuing vacant position. So I appreciate you filling us in on that. And I assume that you are undergoing diligent efforts to refill that position as soon as humanly possible.
I interviewed someone 2 weeks ago, and she had some restrictions in her day that didn't allow for an 8:30 to 4:30 workday.
Okay.
So we are trying
So you are
very,
actively
very hard.
interviewing, and so,
It was a
okay.
second interview for her also, so.
Okay, great, great. I wanted to ask, and we did talk about this, but I think for anybody that might be looking at this at home, it's good for them to hear an explanation on this. In-state travel, you had $2,000, we gave you $2,000 last year. You're looking for $5,000. And I'll let you expand on this, but the long and short of our discussion basically was that that would probably tie into training opportunities, which I certainly encourage our law department to take advantage of opportunities for more training. But can you just talk about kind of that conversation you and I had earlier?
Yes, thank you. And so Councilor D'Agostino and I discussed I spoke that this was a level-funded budget. So looking at the line under goods and supplies, there is an increase of $3,000 on in-state travel. And what that is directly correlated to is kind of twofold. COVID, the emergency is over for COVID, so the courtrooms are open, and we don't necessarily always control where we go to court. I had a lawyer last week in Worcester. So it's part of it is not as much virtual hearing, so folks have to travel. And then also, we have used close to 3/4 of our tuition and training money, and that we really spend on the courses. Like I myself took a course at Harvard for negotiation. But that isn't the same line where my travel every day came from to attend the course, if that makes sense.
Right.
So yes, we're encouraging folks to take as much opportunity as possible for educational advancement, and then want to make sure we have the resources. Even in-state travel could mean an overnight visit. So.
Okay, good. And then Okay. Yeah, so under legal, we had talked about that as well. And so obviously I know there may be reasons where you can't get too specific on what's coming out of that, but because of matters that might be pending. But to the degree that you can you just kind of share what types of situations or what kinds of things are coming out of that item?
Yes. Many of you that are on the council have met Attorney Leonard Keston. And I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk about his firm for a moment. So a lot of cities and towns have general liability insurance, and then there's panels of there's lawyers that sit on these panels for these insurers so that smaller municipalities have both general liability coverage, which we do not, and they also have access to legal counsel. And there's not a lot of discretion by the municipality because the insurer tells the insured whom they're going to be used. Attorney Keston works for a law firm that has been in existence for a long time, and part of what they do is they're panel counsel for cities and towns. So they do municipal legal work everywhere. We don't use them for everyday run-of-the-mill things because we have an in-house law department. But so we have approximately 12 cases with outside counsel right now. In 2022 of March, the city had a federal jury trial. I did not do the trial on behalf of the city. It was a matter in existence prior to me, but I went to the trial every day as a solicitor with Attorney Keston. And just the activities during that week of the trial incurred charges of over $50,000 just for that week. And Lenny gives basically the city the same rate that he gives to his other communities as panel counsel, which is incredibly low. It would insult most of the lawyers that are up here on the council for the rate at which Attorney Keston provides defense to the city. So I really wanted to provide an explanation, a little bit of how much bang for our buck we get using someone as experienced, knowledgeable, and accessible as Attorney Keston. But some of the things that we are paying outside counsel for right now, there's a lot of public construction going on in the city, and the city of Brockton, in-house counsel is general. That's what we do. We provide general legal advice. Complex construction, litigation, drafting contracts of that nature to adequately protect the city in multi-million-dollar endeavors is something that I bring someone else on for. We have a sensitive land use matter that we have outside counsel for right now. We have outside counsel. I have the list right here. I'm trying not to refer to the list, but I'll open it up. But to your point, if the trial was $50,000 and it was 5 days, $250 doesn't go very far. And I'm taking the message and I'm taking it to heart. Whenever I did the trial in federal court this year, there was 3 weeks to prepare for the trial. There was a ruling on a motion, and at that ruling, a federal judge said this trial is going to start 3 weeks from today. So internally in the city, we did it, and we were successful. And it was excellent. But that meant I could do very little for the 2 weeks prior to the trial, the week of the trial, and frankly, the week after the trial, because there were some post-trial matters that needed to be taken care of. So it's dollars, but it's also cents in the other sense of the word. Mm-hmm. These folks are law firms, and they pump out the work. We have to learn it every time we do it, and we're getting really good at it, but we still have to learn it every time we do it. The average municipal lawyer touches 32 different subject matters a day. In no way, shape, or form could we be experts, nor should we be experts. So the money is used for expertise when we really need it.
Right, and I think that's a great point that I just want to reiterate that you made. 32 different subject matters in a day for the average municipal lawyer. I mean, I know many lawyers, including some in the room, that, they have their specialty, right? Maybe it's personal injury or contract law or traumatic brain injury. I'm just thinking of lawyers I know that have these specialties. And then the typical municipal lawyer like yourself is asked to know 32 different specialties, basically, in a given day. So I thought that was a good point and something I wanted to make sure got highlighted. Okay, I mean, that's pretty much all I wanted to ask. I mean, we talked about some pretty impressive, at least to me, volume of different cases and matters that your office is involved in, but...
Share some of that.
Okay.
In a variety of fashions, some active litigation, some not active, some projects, some research assignments. We defend the chief's decision on license to carry appeals. We deal with public records. We deal with code enforcement. In some fashion, my department internally has over 300 active matters right now. And only 6 people plus me are lawyers in that department. So that's an average caseload of over 50 per person. If my only job is managing these people, which it's not, I have my own caseload. We only have less than 12 matters out with outside counsel right now where the money's flowing to the lawyer. Some of the complex tort litigation I mentioned, we use outside counsel, but we don't pay them. It's on a contingency or it's on a fee basis for recovery. So, you know, I could run through a few of these. We do vacant and abandoned building hearings in my department. We handle insurance claims. Like I said, public records. We are engaged in the contracting process. We, of course, do research. We have about 40 active litigation cases right now, and they run the gambit of everything: personal injury, property use, and everything else that you could think of. But we're a very high-volume department. What doesn't stop, though, is, I mean, the doors might be open 8:30 to 4:30, but the need for advice doesn't stop at 8:30 or to 4:30. So.
Well, and that would be the final thing I'll say, is I want to thank you and your staff. Anytime I have called any member of your staff, and quite honestly, usually it is you, and I know there's 11 of us that I'm sure are also, you know, calling you, and you're always available and always quick to respond, and I really appreciate it. It certainly makes an impact on how I can do my job and represent the people of Ward 3, so thank you.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Counselors? Oh, Counselor Mendez, I knew that. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a question for you regarding the out-of-court settlement. It's $34,500, and your court judgment is $250,000. Are we making an effort to try to settle more cases, or just pretty much everything goes to court and then?
The comments I made at the transfer hearing were, we vigorously defend the cases. You know, oftentimes it just makes sense to resolve certain things. The city rigorously defends essentially everything that comes our way that deserves a defense. So the 34 and change, a lot of times we just have property damage claims, like a snowplow situation or a DPW situation. So that's a lot of where those out of court comes from, or, you know, we resolve it. But when I came for my transfer, basically I used the money we hadn't paid to supplement and augment our outside legal. You don't know what's coming, you just don't know what's coming in terms of what might be on the horizon. Sometimes it's better to resolve something. None of us have a crystal ball, but looking back, on average, the 250 has supported the department. I can tell you a couple of the cases we resolved this year. There was someone very badly injured in a police pursuit. So that was a personal injury matter. We resolved that during the course of litigation. Of course, you all supported Mr. Jones and the settlement, so that was a transfer from stabilization. We've resolved, one second, I'll just get my, we had a workers' comp case that we had to pay out on. We had Actually, with the exception of the police pursuit that I just mentioned to you, and the Mr. Jones case, they've all been workers' comp settlements.
I
So
do
once they
think
get
it
lumped-
works out better when we get to resolve more cases, so I was just wondering why that amount was so small for the settlement, maybe.
You can't stop us from getting who sues us, but we can try and weed out the ones, that are legitimate and not. But the majority of the money this year went to, when folks reach the end of their workers' comp journey, if they're not able to come back to work, usually it's a lump sum settlement, and those filter through the law department.
Also, another question that I have is regarding, one of your objectives, it says revise city ordinance, the zoning ordinance. How is that coming along? Because I do think this is something that we definitely need to do more in this city, because they're just so outdated, so.
Yes, I left that on there, and I'm glad I got a question on it, because I left it on there because I would like to be an active participant in the process. I was initially interviewed as part of whatever was presented to you all a couple months ago, but I haven't been actively participating. And of course, it's something for you all to decide what the zoning ordinances should and should not be. But some of the value that I provide is we see what decisions are contested, and we see what problems the ZBA is grappling with over and over and over and over. So that's the value that I thought I could provide there. And I was hopeful that there was going to be an initiative with interns to work sort of on a cohort or coalition on this. That hasn't materialized yet, but it's something that I'm trying to develop a plan for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Solicitor Bridges.
Nice job.
Next department is Information Technology. Invited Edward Medeiros, Director.
Good evening, Mr. Medeiros. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, councilors. Good evening, Mr. Clarkson, right next to me, and all those behind me, and those tuning in from home as well, or other places. I would like to read something. I did cut it down a bit from last year, so I hope I can get through this a little faster for you all. I really want to thank everyone involved in this process. This will be my second budget, starting with the mayor, the finance office, as well as people in my office. If we start from the top in personal services, well, you'll see that we are still in the process of hiring some employees. We ran into some missing union paperwork, as well as fixed some job descriptions and got rid of some obsolete titles in the last few months. I want to give a quick thank you to Corey from the BCEU, Karen and Aileen from Law, and Chris and Sandy from HR. We had a lot going on there, so thank you again. Getting them done was huge for the structure and morale of the department. Some of that work was over 20 years in the making, and unfortunately it took us several months this year to get it all done. Most other lines you'll see are the same or have a 3 to 5% increase for inflation. Consultants were used for work on our camera system, and we will use them going forward for help on servers and network security as well. We're also looking at using a couple of new consultants to evaluate and make suggestions to the public safety camera system. We were looking at neighboring towns as well to see what they're using, so we can start sharing some information with them. It was something that was brought up in a meeting actually fairly recently, because it's just going to benefit all for the common goal of solving those crimes, right? So we definitely want to try to push in that direction if we can. So you will see a 78 and a 150% increase for in and out of state travel, though. I know those are a couple of popular topics tonight too. We added money there because some of the new people are actually traveling site to site in the city, and they're taking advantage of that reimbursement for the travel because we use our own cars. The out-of-state increase is the higher increase, but that one is because we would like to send a second person to the annual Munis training, which is our financial software. We did a pretty big upgrade this year too. So it's important to stay ahead of that as much as we can. Now, in training, I asked for the same amount in training because I feel like it's something that really should never stop. Every day IT changes. And in closing, I would like to say, it goes along kind of with the training and tuition expenses, that we did have one staff member just get her associate's degree in May. So my final shout out has to be to congratulations for Heather in IT. At this point, I would like to turn it over for questions.
Thank you. Councilor Minichiello, followed by Councilor Farwell.
Good evening, how are you?
Good, thank you, Councilor. Good evening.
Just a couple of questions. With respect to the vacancies, the head systems analyst and the grade level 2 vacant, last year you had a grade level 1 vacant.
That's filled, Councilor.
Okay, but so grade level 2, wouldn't that be, I guess, a higher salary than a grade level 1?
So that, Councilor, is where some of the confusion, I think, comes in. And I think either Mr. Clarkson or the mayor brought up, when some of this was published, I guess, or some of it went for April, we had just, I don't think we had finally settled some of the title changes and the union work that was finished with a side letter. So some of what you see there, we don't have anybody that's titled a head system analyst anymore. That was part of fixing some of these job descriptions and the names. So, for example, the website administrator for years has been called a head system analyst. And if you read that job description before we got all the recent changes in, you would see that a head system analyst can fix the website, fix the network, fix the servers, and fix all the databases, which is a strange, in my opinion, a strange way to have a job description. And it's been that way since as far back as I can remember, early 2000s. And I think that was just a beast that just developed over time with maybe changes in the industry back then. But now that position is called the website administrator, and that's held by Joe Johnson.
Okay, because I just
that's one of several. Another one would be database administrator, server administrator, and then we have electronic systems security administrator.
Just when looking at the budget from last year to this year, I would have thought a grade level 1 would be less, the salary would have been less than a grade level 2, so that's why I'm sort of scratching my head why was the grade level 1 paid more than the grade level 2s? The proposed positions. What do you think the likelihood is that you will fill all three of these, the head systems analyst and the 2 grade level 2s for this year?
Very. We've got a couple people lined up for interviews right now. I did have one interview already for one of the positions, and that one looks really promising.
What do you think your time frame is, just out of curiosity?
I need to have it done by the end of the summer.
So you think
the latest.
You're going to have 3 new employees?
Absolutely. We have so much work for some of these people that, and it really was a trade-off a few months ago with fixing the descriptions, fixing the scale or the grade level, like the names and the titles and stuff. But it was just something that, after speaking with Sandy and Karen and Aileen, it had to be done. So that put me behind that power curve of getting the jobs advertised and getting everything out there publicly and posted so people could start applying. That really only happened a few weeks ago. So we're jamming now, though.
I mean, that's great. I mean, we certainly know the need in the city for people with that expertise. Obviously, everything is technologically based.
Yes, sir.
Just from my perspective, I just get concerned when I see vacant positions and then you see them last year not filled over to this year. And it's not like myself as a counselor doesn't want to give you or the departments what they need. But if there's an unlikelihood that it's going to be filled, then philosophically I don't think that those should appear. That if you're going to need the money, then and you're not sure when you need the money, well, then just come back and ask us for the money. You know what I mean? We're not unreasonable people, but you're telling me that by the end of the summer, you think you're going to have 3 new hires here.
Absolutely. And then that's the other problem, Counselor. If the money isn't there, then we can't advertise, can't get them.
Well, my understanding is that we can advertise if we have it, if it's subject to appropriation, and we have the money that we've set aside, for that.
Okay.
But if you're telling me that, by the end of the summer, which is to me a short window, that you're going to be likely having 3 new employees, then I respect that answer, so.
Thank you, Counselor. I I really appreciate it, and now that all the other paperwork is out of the way, I don't see this being a problem filling all 3 very quickly.
And then I guess the corresponding increase in training, I'm assuming goes with, the increase in personnel.
Absolutely.
From page 2, because, you're going up 36%. But, I guess with COVID ending, people are getting together more for training and things like that.
Training.
Page,
50 to 60.
I thought we only went up
292.
from 75 to 79, right?
You're going up.
50 to 68. I'm sorry.
16,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's what we're here for.
So you could, so under expense summary training, you're going from 50 to 68. Can you just tell me how you justify that,
I did ask for that because I think I mentioned it last year too. This office, we spend a lot of our money on training the entire city staff on the Microsoft products, and we do spend some of it on some training with Munis. And this year, with the new version of Munis, we've probably spent more on training for that product alone this year than we have in probably the last 5 or 6 years combined. So for going forward, I don't see that slowing down a little bit in the next year because it is a big change for some people, and it's typically 10 to 18,000 at a whack to train from Munis. So I asked for a little more to kind of cover some of that need going forward.
Okay, and overall, it's an increase of 2.4%, I guess, overall to your budget. So I would say reasonable margin, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Substitute President. Appreciate it.
Assistant 2.
Yep.
All right. Councilor Farwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Medeiros, a quick question. Earlier, you may have heard me talk about the issues with Brockton Community Access and how I would like to see us improve things. This may be a simple yes or no. Would you be able to, members of your staff, work with them as kind of technical advisors and see if we can improve things?
Yes, Counselor, absolutely. I feel like we have a pretty good relationship with that group, and for years we've worked with them. We can always guide and help and try to step in and do whatever we can with those guys.
And if we put together an updated agreement with them between the law department and the mayor, and you might be able to put in some technical jargon that will ensure that we get the quality of service that we want?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, now the last question I have, oftentimes when I'm reviewing an issue here or I'm researching, I will go on other municipal websites. I have to tell you, I'm not excited about the Brockton website. I hate to say it, I think there are some smaller towns that have a better, more attractive, more user-friendly website. Would this budget, along with your personnel, allow you to redesign the website, or would we have to go out and hire a consultant, I say somewhat humorously, and have that done?
No, Counselor. I think we could get it done with what we have. I don't think we need to go out and we do have a company that we worked with the last couple of years that, in their defense, a couple of months ago they mentioned to me that they wanted to have a meeting with the mayor, and we did actually get that going a couple of weeks ago. So we do have some interest from from the developer side as well as from inside the mayor's office. So we are definitely able to afford and make changes, absolutely.
And be honest with you, am I being overly critical? I mean, I just, if I were going to grade our website, I'd give it a C+.
Well,
and I've seen some A+, A-, B+ in other communities. As I say, I just think there's a lot of information on it, but unless you really know what you're doing and where you need to go to find it, it's pretty difficult. So I appreciate that offer to perhaps take a look at that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think I mentioned it earlier. Technology changes so much constantly. We value opinions, like opinions from yourself, from other residents in the city, other professionals. So I think it really takes a combination of all those efforts to get a product that people really like or can be really proud of. And I think what we have going on is probably a few years old now, and at the time it was good, and we need to regroup here and make some changes and make it better. We've added a ton of information to the website as well. I think you all know that, with all the PDF files and things that are available. So things have changed quite a bit in the last few years. But I welcome any feedback and any changes we need to make. We'll be happy to do it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Maderos.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Good evening. Thanks, Trey.
The next department is Board of Health. Invited Dr. Eno Mondesir, Executive Health Officer.
Good evening, Dr. Mondesir.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, councilors. It is a great pleasure for me to be here on the third occasion for my fiscal 24. So this is the first time without COVID, and I am excited to say that it's behind us, and we are prepared to move on to greater things and other things. Now, when I look at my budget, I know there are 3 lines that have increase in them, but I'd like to approach them this way and then attempt to answer some of the questions that have come my way earlier. I know on the line item for overtime, it looks as though I am requesting an additional $10,000 for FY24. Initially, the request for the $10,000 was to help me cover any requests for FY23. Now, I know that sometimes individuals ask questions about the Board of Health, what we do, and why we exist, perhaps for some, but of all the departments within the city, Board of Health is a significant part of it, because we talk about health, we talk about infectious diseases, and so therefore we're not specifically 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday, even though that is the standard. Anytime that there is an incident, Board of Fire Department will go out, building will go, Board of Health is called upon also. Now, I may not go out any time of night, but my phone is open 24 hours to receive those calls, so that if there is a call, the inspectors can go out, including weekends, because anytime there is a festival, I have to have an inspector out to make sure that the food is well prepared and it is safe for people to eat. Otherwise, it may be a little bit damaging for the Board of Health and the city. So, which means that within my budget, I was told a little bit earlier in May that I only had less than $600 in it. And so I was a little bit concerned that I would not have money to finish the year, so I have requested that $10,000, hoping that some of it at least would be used to cover fiscal 23. So I assume that it was added to this one, FY24, making it $25,000, which makes it an increase of 66.7%. So that is the argument behind that one. If I may move to the next page.
Dr. Mondesir, I just want to ask Mr. Clarkson to weigh in on that.
Come back again, please.
I just want to ask Mr. Clarkson to weigh in on that.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think Dr. Mondesir is conflating a couple of issues. So this 25,000 is reflective of the dynamics that Dr. Mondesir talked about and the demands on the office. But he did use up some overtime this fiscal year, but this request is not for this current fiscal year. In fact, the Board of Health has a grant that you've approved from the Commonwealth that was able to absorb some of those additional overtime costs. So it was not necessary to seek additional funding from the council for this current fiscal year.
Okay, so the 10,000 that is pending, the intra-department transfer that we will probably act on at our next council meeting, that's separate from the 25,000 that we see under overtime.
That's correct.
Which begins on July 1st.
Correct.
Okay. You understand that, Dr. Mondesir?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Great. Okay.
Thank you. And in fact, I'm sorry because I could not be here when that 10,000 was presented because I had a family constraint.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next piece is longevity line, which shows an increase of 148.2%. I probably will rely a little bit on CFO, Mr. Clarkson, but numbers changes as people move around. And so I have one inspector who has moved on and one person who vacated a position. So every time we have people moving the ladder, then the longevity line is affected. And so therefore, looking what we have for next year, then there is a possibility that we will be in the position to use additional funding on that line.
Happy to provide additional detail on that, Madam Chairman. On page 162, the personal services detail shows the employees that are eligible next year for longevity, and Dr. Mondesir is correct. Because a majority of the employees in the department are members of unions, those longevity stipends occur when they reach a certain tenure, as you know, and so that amount changes generally every year based on employees' journey and how long they've worked for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next line item that shows a significant potential increase is the department equipment and repair. Basically, the health department has 3 vehicles city-owned, 2 electric vehicles. One has just got hit and it's probably total. We have a van also, public health van. And I might add that we are in the possibility of acquiring an additional van from the animal control because basically somehow we have an employee that transports animal from point A to point B, but it is not incumbent upon the employee to transport the animals in personal vehicle. So we envision getting that vehicle that animal control department is retiring so that we can use it. So which means that to have a line item for repair, which we have not had, which I did not find. So it is really critical that we have that. So that is partially the reason why you seeing the increase in that line. There are a few more questions that I have. I think I should attempt to answer for the council. Basically, it has to do with operation and what things that we do over there. There was a question pertaining to housing and inspection. Basically, for FY23, there were requests to inspect 306 rentals. Of these, 19 were declared unfit for human habitation. Among that, making the total 110 that could not pass inspection because they did not qualify or they were not in compliance. And so therefore, that covers some of the work being done under inspection. For restaurants and other stores, there was a question also on that. We have over 672 stores and restaurants that Board of Health covers. Of that number, we have increased from 123 restaurants to 146. And each restaurant needs to be inspected twice a year. And so that is part of what we do over there, so that we can make sure that we have the ability to provide the services that the city needs, the residents need, in order to be able to live a healthier lifestyle in the city of Brockton. Let me see another question. I think that's about, let me touch on vacancy. We have 3 vacancies right now, and I know one of them has been on the radar for some times. My experience being at the helm of the health department, sometimes it proves difficult to fill those positions with competent individuals. I think many of us or many other departments may face the same situation where salary-wise, sometimes you hire people, but you advertise positions, but they're not up to staying to that position. In fact, while I may not know specifically what happened to that person that we hire, we offer a position just last week. We interviewed 2 weeks ago, and we offered the position last week, and the person declined. And there was a lot of issue trying to see if we could really hire one person for this particular position. So we have to go back to the square one and see how to find someone to hire for that particular position. So we do have 3 positions that are vacant right now, including sanitation inspector, code enforcement, and the admin 1 position.
Councilor Mendez.
Hello.
Good evening, Councilor.
Yes. I have a question regarding other contract services. What would that be payments for? $10,000.
Do you have a specific outline?
Councilor, I can tell you that of the 10,000 budgeted for that, there has been $6,675 spent. I don't know off the top of my head what that encompasses, but we can get that information for you.
Thank you.
The other question that I have, since you're telling me what it's been spent, is regarding the elected and appointed. In 2002, there was $1,293 that was the actual expenses. And then last year we approved it $8,750, and then this year the same amount. So how much have we used up in that line item?
So far this year, $1,158.73 has been expended in that line.
Why are we still asking for the $8,750 if we're only using so little money?
Well, basically, COVID has paralyzed some of the services that we have rendered. But now we are out of COVID, and so it makes it a lot more demanding to be out to be able to provide additional services that we were not able to provide during the COVID pandemic. And we have a lot more demands. We have the inspectors out, and we have a lot more calls. ClickFix is another place that the calls come in and then up, down onto quality of service. So those are some of the reasons why we do request that.
So do you feel this is the amount that you're going to need for this coming fiscal year you'll be using up?
In anticipation, yes.
That amount, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Farwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, I think, goes to Mr. Claxon. I could be wrong, but elected and appointed should be the stipends that we pay to the 3 Board of Health members. I don't think it's for any external people. But in general, because you and I had a conversation, I just want my colleagues to remember that we do have a pending ordinance to create a Department of Health and Human Services. I would hope that we might hold off filling any positions until that department is up and running, and the department head, whomever he or she may be, has an opportunity to decide what do they want to see that Department of Health and Human Services look like. And if I'm correct, and again, I'll defer to Mr. Claxon, basically we're going to have to reallocate significant funds from what we're now looking at for the Board of Health to a Department of Health and Human Services. Have I stated that correctly, Mr. Claxon?
Yes, I was listening, Councilor. I was just, Tiff was giving me notes on what's been expended on other contract services, so I can give that to you in a minute. But yes, Councilor Farwell and I did have a conversation over the weekend, and he's absolutely correct. So you have just completed a fairly significant reorg in one department that impacts the Board of Health, and are considering the Department of Health and Human Services. So the tact that we have taken, the mayor and I both, is to await the completion of your work on the Health and Human Services Department, and then we will return to you for some adjustment and reallocation of resources between the Board of Health and Public Property and whatever other departments are impacted by that. And if I may, Madam Chairman, yes. Just to answer the question on the other contracted services, much of that was for an outside consultant to conduct an organizational assessment of the department, and the rest, modest amounts, but several of them for the conduct of COVID-19 clinics. And yes, I do believe, Councilor, you are correct. I actually, as you were saying that, was sending a text to Tiff to confirm that that amount for elected appointed is indeed compensation for Board of Health members.
As Tiffany goes, so goes the world. So try to remember that. So, councilors, let's assume we pass the Department of Health and Human Services ordinance by maybe October. You might have an entirely new department. So the fiscal year begins July 1st. If we fund the Board of Health July, August, and September, then by October 1st, the remaining funds would be reallocated. And I just ask you to keep that in the back of your mind when we get to the final budget revisions or final approvals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor D'Agostino.
Thank you for being here. I know the evening is going on, so I appreciate you being with us this late. Couple of quick things. Uniform and clothing allowance. It didn't go up, but I'm just curious what was used year to date. Because we had an FY22 actual of $12,600, then we gave you $5,400 for FY23. You're looking for the same for 24, but is it actually being used?
There's been no expenses in that line thus far this year.
Okay. Similar questions for medical supplies / drugs. 4458 FY22. FY23 adopted 12,000. Your request for this year, 12,000. What's been used year to date, the current fiscal?
Just to go back to the previous one, there have been no expenses under that uniform clothing allowance. But I was just reminded that that is a contractual obligation that's paid out in June, so you wouldn't see an expense thus far.
Okay.
And what was that other line, Counselor?
Medical supplies and drugs.
There's been $924.85 expended so far this year.
Okay. So $924 expended, and you're looking for $12,000 for the next fiscal year. Can you tell me why you needed less than 1,000 this year, but think you'll need 12,000 in the next fiscal?
Well, one of the things is that because of COVID money, the Board of Health has allocated money from DPHO directly from the federal government, so we didn't have to look elsewhere to pay some of the needs that the department had, and so therefore money for COVID is gone, and so now we're back onto reality.
Okay. Can you get for me, I mean, unless you happen to have this available this evening, FY20, which would that be before COVID? Yeah, the fiscal year thing always messes me up. Yeah, FY20 would be before COVID, correct?
Up to June 2020.
Yeah.
Tail end was COVID.
The tail end of it.
Okay.
Right, so FY20, Council, would end June 30th, 2020, so it would have caught just a couple months of COVID.
Right. What I'm looking for is prior to COVID.
Got it.
That same item, what did we need? Because I think that'll give me an idea, so I guess that'd be FY19. That had no COVID whatsoever.
That's 19 and 18. Fiscal year 2019, we spent $3,500 and just over $4,000 in fiscal year 2018. So those are the 2 years prior to COVID.
And what was 18?
18 was $4,050.
$4,050. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiff.
Then in-state travel, and again, it's a similar thing with 1,025 in FY22 actual. Adopted for FY23. If you can give me, we gave you 16. What did you actually use? You're looking for 16, but that may not be. That may be fine depending on what you've used year to date.
Year to date, Counselor, is $500 spent, so there's a balance of $15,500.
Okay. So you've only needed $500. It's June 12th. Why would we give you $16,000 for the upcoming year?
Most of the work or meetings, including moving around, has been done almost remotely. And so, for instance, personally, I don't charge for my trips. I do take trips. I travel to Taunton every month. I don't charge for that. So basically, we have a situation where some of us don't take advantage of the line. Other inspectors, because of COVID, they did not move around as much. There are courses that they need to take. After COVID, they need to, some of them may continue remotely, others may continue in person. For instance, I just sent 2 of my staff to take a course to become community health workers. Okay. The course costs $650 per person, so the 2 of them, it costs this much money.
Right.
And so therefore you have many other opportunities where in a world without a pandemic where everything focuses on one one infection or one disease, that people will be able to travel, and inspectors, they need to upgrade their skills by taking competency tests or taking certificates in order to remain up to date with their certificates and licensures.
Okay.
If I may, Counselor, on that one, I believe that that's a line that was significantly impacted by COVID as well. So just to give you the figures, in fiscal year 2019, approximately 11,500. Fiscal year 2018, approximately 11,300.
Okay. That's helpful. And this year's request is for $16,000. Okay. All right, and my final question, you have a vacant sanitary inspector position for $64,807. If I recall correctly, when I looked at my FY22 book, you also had a sanitary inspector vacant just a year ago when we sat here. Is that I'm correct about that?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, we would have two positions vacant right now, but we were able to fill one because we have one inspector who accepted another position at a different department, so that created two positions, but we were able to fill one in with an in-person.
Okay.
So at this point in time, I'd like to say that I will continue to push. I don't want to give you the wrong information, but as far as my recollection goes, we have publicized the positions. In multiple situations, we don't have a good fit for it, or people just don't apply. I had, for instance, for nurses, it took me a while to find some qualified nurses, because not that there aren't qualified nurses around, or maybe qualified inspectors, but sometimes they look at what the positions offer in terms of salary, and it creates, people look elsewhere.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you very much again for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor.
Councilors, anyone else? Thank you, Doctor. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam.
The next department is Council on Aging. Invited Janice Fitzgerald, Director.
Good evening, Ms. Fitzgerald.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. Thank you to Troy and Tiffany for being here this evening and getting us very well prepared for the FY24 budget. It's great to be here once again, and certainly we had quite a year. I just want to give you a little bit of an update as to what we've been doing, and then we'll be happy to take any questions on my budget. So this last year we learned that from the 2020 census that we are now at over 19,245 residents age 60 or older. That's an increase of about 4,000 people. We have, as of today, a total of 8,968 COA members. We hired a full-time outreach coordinator, welcomed 119 new members, engaged UMass Boston to conduct a community needs assessment, which we just received the final report on Thursday. We scheduled more than 200 homebound older adults to have a visit by the Mayor's Wellness Trust Team nurses to get a vaccine or a booster, and assisted more than 90 residents with fuel assistance applications. Also, we had close to 10,000 calls, emails, and faxes in total throughout the year. In addition, as you know, the city hired a project manager to oversee the COA expansion and renovation project. Then, in March, we started to pack up the building for our move to our temporary location at the Shaw Center, which the move was on March 28th. I need to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to my staff who were amazing during this process, not only during that process, but every day throughout the year. They didn't skip a beat taking care of the needs of our residents while lifting and packing boxes and crates, shredding and throwing out bags of trash, labeling and organizing everything for the movers, and getting our temporary home all set to open, all within approximately 2 weeks. And let me tell you that in 20-some-odd years, we were definitely hoarders because we had a lot of stuff in that building. And you know, I'll be honest, I'm surprised they even came back to work the next day after the move because it really was a lot. In addition, I need to say thank you to a handful of volunteers that also helped in various city departments as well. So it's been a little over 2 months. We're seeing an increase in members and more participation in our programs, mostly due to the direction we are taking with our programs and activities. We are trying to focus and listen to what our residents are looking for. Outreach has always been a struggle for us due to staffing, but the outreach department and I are working on a plan to do housing site visits, be more visible in the community, and use social media as much as we can when promoting the COA. We realize that we need to think about offering some evening programs, as we know a lot of our older adults are either still working, like me, or caring for grandchildren while their parents are working. So starting within the next few weeks, we will be working on creating an expanded transportation programs for seniors and veterans, per the recommendation of Mike Lambert from Brockton Area Transit. And I'll be more than happy to come before you in the fall with the results of our community needs assessment, with an action plan to address any issues or concerns that are mentioned and give you an update at the same time on the transportation program. As a reminder, don't forget that this Thursday is our World Elder Abuse Awareness Day rally, starting at 11, and the groundbreaking ceremony at our old COA will be on the 22nd at 11:30. I hope to see you all there. So as far as my budget, there shouldn't be anything too surprising, and I will be happy to take any questions. And it sounds like it's raining pretty heavy out there, so. Oh, well. Thank you.
Anyone?
See you on the 22nd.
Good. Is that in a form of a question?
Wasn't that worth waiting for?
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Troy.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Next department is Emergency Management. Invited Stephen Hook, Director.
Good evening, Mr. Hook.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. I just have a little opening statement that I'd like to read, and I'll be happy to answer any questions for you. So I would like to thank my emergency management staff, volunteers, and other city departments that provided assistance to the Emergency Management Agency over the past year. As you know, the Emergency Management Agency is a part-time agency charged with ensuring the city is prepared to withstand, respond to, and recover from all types of emergencies and disasters at a moment's notice. This year has been steady, but luckily, our busy time of the year is the winter, and we weren't overwhelmed with snowstorms this year, so we were lucky, but we did have incidents such as power outages, smaller storms, and of course the Brockton Hospital evacuation. BEMA also applied for and received over $90,000 in grant funding this year and conducted several training events to educate city departments, our community emergency response team, and the general public on active shooter, basic first aid, CPR, search and rescue, shelter operations, and fire rehab, to name a few. Staff members participated at several city events, including road races, parades, and other community events. Over the past year, we've continued to invest in our Emergency Operation Center and our operational equipment and technology, as well as our emergency shelter. We've worked collectively with Police, Fire, School Department to continue to build and share common radio infrastructure, and we also purchased with grant funding, purchased and distributed over 80 air conditioners and hundreds of fans to our seniors and veterans with the assistance of the Council on Aging and the Veterans Office. With grant funding, we purchased a all-terrain vehicle with a fire pump for the fire department to assist them with woods fires. So we did get a lot of grant funding this year, and all the grants are applied for by my department directly. So on to the budget. My FY24 budget is level funded, and it will allow BEMA to maintain the level of service we provide today. And as always, I appreciate your continued support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, councilors? Thank you very much, Mr. Hook.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Next department is Veteran Services. Invited Kelly Young, Director.
Good evening, Ms. Young.
Good evening, Madam President, City Councilors. I'm much happier this year to have had a full year to really get my feet into the budget and know how to walk going forward. Last year, with just a couple weeks' notice, was a little tough. So I don't have consultants, so hopefully you'll be kind. I'd like to highlight that we updated the mission statement. It was one sentence last year. So our goal here is to be, we wanted to focus more on inclusivity. The Veteran Services Department, when you think of a veteran, a picture probably comes to mind, and that doesn't necessarily do justice to all veterans. You might not know, most people, when they see my veteran plate, they thank my husband for his service. And I know there are a lot of other vets in the city that are, when they're looked at, they're not included in our veteran community, just by the average person. So our main goal is to include more people. So you may be on my mailing list. If you're not, I hope you consider joining, because we're doing quite a bit of outreach to get more vets in the city to come to our office and use our services. So our bread and butter are the VA disability claims, the Chapter 115 benefits, and then celebrating holidays in the city. But we've also become a resource office where we may not administer the benefit, but we refer folks to whatever they're looking for, whether it's a benefit or it's a service, if it's provided local, state, federal level, or by a nonprofit. And it sends people all over the state, and even New England. There are quite a few resources if folks are able to get to them. This past year, we placed over 7,000 flags on the graves. There are 31 veteran memorials. They're not all like monuments and stones. Some of them are just little signs on the street corners. If you follow us on Facebook, you saw me and Councilor Azak risking our lives to place some of them. They're in real precarious positions, especially on the highway overpasses. And I'm sure you read that our goal last year was to place 7,000 markers on veteran graves. We did, when I wrote this, it was 3,000. We've done just over half now. And the main reason is because our administrative assistant that position was vacant for 7, almost 8 months. And we really couldn't justify being out of the office for that much time, but now we have Jerry. If you haven't met him, he's a wonderful addition, Marine Corps vet, and Jerry will be able to hold down the fort while CC and I are out, whether it's doing outreach or placing markers. And we considered having volunteers do it like we do for the flags, but it's really important that it's done systematically and folks aren't forgotten, because once we, so for example, Melrose is done. We've finished all we know at Melrose. And, you know, after we thought we were done, only 2 folks said, hey, you missed one. So I think that's pretty good out of the over 3,000 veteran graves at Melrose. So we really want it to be done well by people who know exactly what the qualifications are, because when you tell folks in the community, yeah, you know, Snell Cemetery's done or Calvary's done, the family members call, or whether a family or just a loved one that's not related, they take it as it's usually insulting to be forgotten, and that's how it's taken. So we're doing it systematically, so we make sure everyone's covered and honored. The Chapter 115 benefits, we've increased the number by 10, which a little less than what I wanted. I think there are more vets out there, but we're going to do more outreach to adult-dependent children who are disabled before the age of 18 and spouses of veterans, because I think those are primarily the folks who are eligible that we're missing. I think the vets who are eligible know, but the spouses and children, there are certainly more out there. Those are the folks, when people call and we screen them, that's usually something that comes up that they weren't even calling about it, but they find out about it on the screening call. And on average, it's just under $50,000 in Chapter 115 checks that come out of our office every month. And the disability benefits are a little more difficult to quantify, but there are just over 1,000 vets in the city receiving VA disability benefits, and 102 dependents receiving the benefits because the veteran has passed. And so it's by calendar year, so when I got the report in January, it was a little over $2 million coming into the city through the disability claims. Not all of the claims were processed that year. It doesn't, you know, break down by year, but I can tell you today I have 60 claims open, and CC probably has a similar amount, and it's a 3 to 4 week wait to get in for a claim appointment at this point. So those are the primary things that we work on a day-to-day basis, but as I said, we try to be a referral office. We don't like to answer the phone and say that's not our job or we don't do that. So our number one goal, and as you can see, I mislabeled the objectives if you read our part of the budget book. Our number one goal is to increase the partnerships in the community and the state, because most of the things that people need, we don't directly administer. We have to refer them out, but it's really nice to be able to guide them, become somewhat of a subject matter expert on where to find things and walk them, find them a ride, go to their house and bring it to them. You know, however we need to connect them with the service, we're doing our best to do that. I'm sure you'll remember I was here for the property tax work-off program ordinance for veterans, and we've advertised it. We have some folks in the works. Our goal this year was 6. But we found out pretty quickly that the income cap of $45,000 for a single person or $55,000 for a family was excluding most of the people who are interested. So now that that's lifted, I'm really confident that we'll be able to meet that target in FY24. And then I already talked about the grave markers. Our goal for next year is to finish the other 13 cemeteries in the city. We've also discovered that with all the outreach we've been doing, it's brought in more work, cases, vets, and that's a really good thing, but it's too much for the 3 of us in Veteran Services. So we've proposed an additional position, another administrative assistant, because the community that we're working with it's a 50-50 chance when you answer the phone that they're going to be in crisis or close to a crisis, right? Someone is about to get discharged from the hospital. They need an inpatient facility to take them. There's a mental health issue. There's food insecurity. And to put people on hold or take a message and try to call them back, or if they get a voicemail, it's just really not good customer service. And even I just mentioned there's almost a month-long wait to put in a claim, like the full claim. I think that's too long. I don't think that's a good enough answer when someone calls to tell them that we're booked out. But we do give everybody 100% when we're working with them. And so that's why, you know, if you've ever been in the office and all three of us are working with a vet, the phone rings and it goes to voicemail and we call everybody back. But I think we have to do better, but we can't be any more places than we are currently. It's definitely not a lack of effort. It's just, we're just not staffed for a city of 100,000. And to put it in perspective, Fall River has 5 full-time, 3 part-time. Taunton, I just spoke to someone from Taunton today, they have 5. Cambridge, all the other gateway cities, they have at least 4 full-time people on the staff. And the state actually has a districting guideline, so we wouldn't be a district. Any municipality over 12,000 has at least 1 veteran service officer, but some smaller communities, they're grouped together as a district. And so the state recommends how we should be staffed, and it's recommended 4 full-time at a minimum and 2 more part-time, according to the state staffing guidelines. So we'll still be under the staffing guidelines, but it's financially responsible, because I definitely asked for more. But this is a good way to work into it, because I'll be back next year. And so I don't know how we can continue to provide really good service with the outreach level that we're doing, especially since we're trying to boost outreach, because I know we're still missing vets. The 2020 census has us at 3,400 vets. There are 2,200 of them as registered voters. So I have no way of finding over 1,000 vets in the city, because I just don't have contact info for them. And I suspect there are even more than that didn't identify, because a lot of folks, for whatever reason, they're frustrated and they don't put it down on their paperwork. So some noticeable changes in the budget would be, I've asked for almost more than double of the overtime, because the staff right now is working unpaid extra hours, and they just have been doing it because they think it's the right thing. So I go to events, I get my department head stipend. I love it. I'm happy to do it. But Cece and Jerry, they do the parades. I know you see them at the parades. But 8:30 to 4:30 is when everyone else is working as well. So most of our outreach events, where we give out our best information and we catch the most new folks that didn't know we existed or didn't know what we did, they're outside of our 8:30 to 4:30 hours. And Cece and Jerry they just go to them. There's a Women Veterans Conference next week, and I'll be there. It's on a Saturday. I'll be working a table, and Cece wanted to come. And she's coming, of course. And I said, as a guest, right? Because there's no more overtime. And she said, yeah, if you need me to work the table, I'll work it. But don't worry, she's going to be walking around. I'm sure she'll be telling people about all the great things we do. But it's just, right now, people are doing what they feel is the right thing. And it's not right. So I'd like to make sure everyone gets paid for the additional hours they're doing. And this comes out to be about 25 to 30 hours, depending on their pay rate, a year of overtime. So if you look at just the parades alone, that's 10 hours each parade. So then another 15 hours of outreach. Really, when you break it up over the year, isn't that much. It's an hour a month of outside events. Let me take a look. I'm trying to answer your questions as I go. I know you either answered my phone calls or you took my emails and sent me questions back. And some folks I answered, but I want to answer them all on the record so that everyone knows what we're doing. So I was asked about the education incentive, and it turns out we're there's a saying in the Army, you're either strong or you're smart, and it turns out the department we're the strong ones, because no one read their union contracts except me, and they didn't know there was an education incentive. So we're fairly well-educated group, and everyone has now given me their diplomas and transcripts, and they know that they, per their contract, get a raise for it. So that was a significantly higher number. I think it was double, but that's just, they've submitted their diplomas. We found out they had degrees, they submitted their diplomas, and we owe them for their education. I also put in here a uniform allowance because a lot of what we do is not in the office. It's in the cemeteries, it's in the parks, it's landscaping. It's like I was doing climbing poles and needing pockets to have things and also be safe. And as a standard in other towns, most folks have some kind of polo or jacket that they wear at events so that folks know who's working and who's just I don't want to say just a volunteer, who is a volunteer. If you saw me at the cemeteries the week before Memorial Day, you might have said, oh, that's Kelly, or you might have thought I was like Steven Tyler. I had quite the sunproof outfit on. I'm not supposed to be in the sun, so I was quite covered up. I had layers, I had a fanny pack, and I think there's a better way to go about it so that everyone knows, hey, see that person in the red, it says Brockton Veteran Services, that's who you report to. And then also we're doing more home visits now. It's just a need that's arisen. And when you knock on someone's door and you have your little City of Brockton ID, I don't know, we're getting a lot of questions. We don't have a vehicle, and so a uniform, I think, would take us to just make us more professional and more on par with what other municipalities have. It's not an everyday thing. I want to make sure everyone knows that we are reading our union contracts, and it can't be forced. It's not in CC or Jerry's contract to have to wear a uniform, but they really want it because we're out, we're dirty, no one knows who we are, and it's a pretty standard practice. We're at a conference actually this week. Jerry and CC are in Hyannis right now. We had a conference all day. Goes till Thursday, and most folks showed up to the conference on Monday in their veteran services, whatever shirt and khakis they have, and we didn't. We were in our suits, which I think is fine for a conference. But as I said, when we're doing the more physical stuff, it makes sense to provide them with clothes if we're going to be causing the wear and tear, because we work really hard. It's a lot of physical labor in some instances. You'll also notice moving down under other services, which I understand is very vague. It's almost a 100% increase, and that's the banner program. That's just about the only thing that comes out of that line are the banners. And we've budgeted this year we budgeted for 20. They'll be here in the next couple weeks. But due to the interest in that program, I'd like to double the number of banners for next fiscal year, because as I said, we want to be inclusive, and just as a city of 100,000, to only have 40 banners up isn't enough to include everybody who wants one. So 60 really isn't enough either, but it's much closer to the number than what we currently have. And then in terms of the registrations, memberships, and subscriptions, we've done some work with IT, and we've found, or let's start with the things we already have. We're members of the MVSOA, which is the Massachusetts Veteran Service Officers Association, and the SMVSOA, which is the Southeast region. And we have to use VetraSpec to file the claims. And so the number, it's like an online, think of Munis, but for claims, is the best way I can, there's really not a lot like it. And it's what the state uses, and we have to pay by user, and that's increased a little bit. But then in terms of productivity, we've done some like cost comparison, and to have a subscription to Canva, which is how we print our programs, all our mailings, any sort of paper-based like product that comes out other than a letter. We design it on Canva and we try to print it ourselves. We do the math. Sometimes it's more cost-effective to have it printed by an outside agency. So Canva would be something new. Evernote is something that we started with one Jay from IT was really helpful. It's almost like a database for our office to keep all our notes on what we're doing. So when someone calls, we can just look at the notes and see what's already been done. So it doesn't matter who answers the phone, who's busy. It just allows anyone in the office to look at the history and help the person. And you can assign tasks. It works with the Google Suite, which the city already uses, and IT recommended it, and they were right. And then not necessarily MailChimp, but something along those lines. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's newsletter software, and it would keep us compliant with the opt-in, opt-out laws, and much more effective way than me sending out a mass 2,000-person blind copy email to everybody on the mailing list and then have to get all the responses. So MailChimp or something like it. That subscription would allow us to much better communicate with all the residents, whether they're vets, they're family members, anybody who wants to stay in touch with Veteran Services and find out what we're doing. Let's see. And then I think I've answered all your questions. I just want to note what a pleasure it's been to work in this role for the last year. And I wish I could, but I didn't because it's not something that we do, but I can't budget for how much the other departments help out, right? So like the police details, the honor guards, when those banners fall down or need to go up and the DPW does it. When I say, hey, I got a call about the World War I stone at Edgar Park, I don't have the key, you guys manage the park. I need, Parks and Rec over there. We got to clean it up, but I can't get in. The other departments, and I know I just missed departments, the Council on Aging, all the other departments we work with that, the parking garage opens for us sometimes when we have out-of-hours events. So there's no chargebacks. I learned that the hard way. The custodians, when the custodians open the War Memorial for us. So I can't put that in my budget. But all the other departments, none of this stuff really is just me. It's a lot of other departments that have something to do with our success. Do you have any questions for me?
Councilors? Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good evening, Ms. Young, and thank you for being here tonight. Just had one quick question. The veterans' cash benefits, the Chapter 115 funds, are those reimbursed to us from the state, or was the city of Brockton pay for all of that?
So we front it, but we are reimbursed for it. So every month, we calculate the benefits. Vets have 60 days to get stuff in, so it's mostly accurate at the time for the month. And then you can do it as soon as the month's over. I verify the month, close it, the treasurer confirms it, and then we send it to the state, they verify it, and then, I don't know, I forget how long the turnaround time is, but they do send us the money to reimburse it, the money that we pay out for the Chapter 115. So cash benefits, that's Chapter 115 benefits.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else? I really enjoyed your presentation. You do so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you have a fast week.
Kelly, don't leave yet, because we have a line item for Veterans Council. Are you able to speak about that?
Yes. So the Veterans Council, right now, it is Memorial Day, Purple Heart Luncheon, and Veterans Day. Those are the big city holidays that that the Veterans Council is responsible for planning. I added a little bit more because that's like to the penny what we spend. And I added a little bit more because there are other things that come up, right? So this is 2023. We had the 50-year anniversary of Vietnam. We had the 20-year anniversary of the invasion of Iraq. And there really wasn't a lot I could do except email everybody and say, hey, it's the anniversary. There was no wiggle room to have an event, to do anything. Same thing with like Gold Star Families Day or month. There really wasn't even enough to send a bouquet of flowers to our Gold Star families on, to commemorate those events. So there are other veteran things that I think we should, or related things that I think we should celebrate, even if it's a coffee hour, right? There's not even wiggle room to have Chartwells come out, or even go to Dunk's and get like a box of Joe. There's no wiggle room to have a coffee hour, to do anything, to innovate, I guess is how I'll phrase it. So that's what the Veterans Council line goes to. It's the veteran holidays.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks
very much.
Next department is the Police Department. Invited Brenda Perez, Police Chief.
You bet. Nice job.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, councilors. I'd like to take a moment to thank you and Mayor Sullivan for your continued support of the Police Department. I'd like to thank also the CFO, Troy Clarkson, his team, and Captain Williamson for their hard work on this budget. And I'd like to thank the men and women of the Brockton Police Department, civilian and sworn personnel, for their hard work and dedication to the city and its residents. I'd like to take a few minutes just to talk about a little bit of the things that we're doing in the Police Department. In 2022, we answered approximately 100,000 calls for service, approximately 60,000 of those 911 emergency calls. We have sworn personnel of 186 officers. We have 31 civilians. We have currently open 21 vacancies for police officers and 2 ETDs, 3 actually. 3 ETDs and 2 cadet vacancies. Since the Brockton Hospital fire, we've increased our licensed clinicians to 2, working 40 hours a week combined. They go out with our community crisis intervention team for co-response for people who present themselves with mental or behavioral issues. We also have recovery coaches that go out with our officers as part of our Brockton Link Up initiative, going out and providing outreach to the community with people at risk of substance use disorder. We have also a civilian victim advocate, a person basically who can walk victims of crime through the system on what they can expect. Our car seat program, something I'm extremely proud of, has been going on for 18 years. We're fortunate to partner with many organizations and professionally install and give away hundreds of seats in those years to families in need. Comparing 2017 and 2022, Part 1 crimes, violent crimes, have gone down for crimes like burglary, larceny, arson, aggravated assault. The only thing up is motor vehicle theft, and as we know, that's a crime of opportunity. People leaving their vehicle on, going in to drop something off, or leaving their car on to warm up. We started the cadet program approximately 2 years ago with your support and the support of the mayor's office, Mayor Sullivan. This program is designed to act as a gateway to our recruiting effort. It's exceeded our expectation, and currently we have 2 of our original cadets currently enrolled in the police academy, bringing the mayor's motto of Brockton jobs for Brockton kids to a reality. We started also the junior cadet program 2 years ago, again with your support and Mayor Sullivan's support. This program is designed to give middle school students an opportunity to see what policing is all about. And currently, for the summer session, we have the 40 students that we're looking for, the 40 youths that we're looking for. So Brockton Police consistently walk the beat. They connect and get to know our residents and our businesses, and we've also added what we're calling bike beats. Same areas, it's just our officers on bicycles. With the support of the mayor's office and the support of you all here, we were able to buy tasers this past year, 128 to outfit all our patrol officers. We've also outfitted all of our officers with digital interoperable radios and purchased also 2 drones. The department continues and the city continues to be committed to the city's youth through our Shannon program and through our partnerships with many organizations throughout the city. Programs that provide employment, summer and after-school programs for our youth, mentorships, and trauma-informed case management. As far as our budget, we did add a new clerk. It's been a goal of mine to have the Brockton Police Department become Massachusetts accredited and go through the accreditation process. And this mission, this accreditation commission, is to ensure the delivery of public services within the state at the highest level of professionalism and integrity. Some of the benefits are committing our policies and our procedures in writing and in comprehensive uniform set of directives. This is a long process, one that I believe is beneficial to the police department, to the city, and to its residents. There are 178 standards with the Mass Police Accreditation Commission, and we're looking actually to start this process this July. And so this new position is to assist in researching and assisting with policies, also helping helping the department identify and accomplish the 178 standards and coordinate compliance with responsibilities for the employees and build and maintain the department's accreditation files. When it comes to our summary, the expense summary in our budget, I'd like to point out that in the FY23 adopted budget, when it comes to our overtime, under the OT for Mayor's Safety Initiative, it states it's 0. That for FY23 was $244,600. If you add those 3 numbers together, that equals the proposed 24 budget, which is just the exact same number. With that, are there any questions?
Councilors, Councilor Farwell.
Good evening, Chief, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you earlier today, and I'll get to that in a minute. I had a question to clarify something on page 347 of the budget book. At the bottom of page 347 and top of 348, there are a number of positions listed as vacant, but they have names next to them. Are those people who are out injured on duty? Are they already retired? Are you anticipating retirements this year?
Those are people that are already retired, and that was their spot.
Okay, so, and I think you said earlier we have 21 vacancies?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we currently have 4 in the academy.
Okay. Councilors, the conversation I had with the chief earlier, and I think all of you know I have a special affection for the police department, having spent years there, and it is a much more difficult job now. It is, you cannot compare the police department in the 70s, 80s, and 90s with what they do in this day and age. There's more guns, there's more people that have little if no respect for the police, and frankly, it is a tough career. But there is one thing that I think we as a community need help with from the police, and that is pedestrian and traffic safety. And I told the chief, I fully understand that we have a need for more officers, and I fully understand that we have service calls that come in. But we have vehicles hitting buildings, we have vehicles hitting pedestrians. I don't know whether it's just a general decline in people's driving ability. I don't know whether it's playing with these things while they're driving. but it really has to change because I fear we're getting a reputation in this city for being very lax on traffic control. And if we're going to be safe in high-volume areas like the downtown or even in neighborhoods, there has to be a consistent, focused traffic enforcement program. And I guess what bothers me is that back in my day, we all had citation books and we all issued citations. Sergeants and patrol officers, I would go through a citation book every couple of months. We used to have a couple of lieutenants. I'm thinking of Lieutenant Colacusis, who would pull a car over and give out a citation. But taking a figure that the chief gave me, which is 4,000, if we issue 4,000 citations in a year, divided by 365 days, divided by 3 uniform patrol shifts, that comes out to 3.65 citations per 8-hour shift. And I'm going to assume that we have 6 or 7 cruisers on the road. If we can't find more than 3.65 serious violations of speeding, stop signs, mechanical signals, following too close, texting, then I'm not sure everybody's on board with traffic enforcement. So my request to the chief was, I don't believe in quotas, I don't believe in stopping people for no reason. She mentioned verbal warnings and educating the public. You know what, we educate the public by putting up a sign saying speed limit 50, or speed limit 35. That tells that motorist, this is what's been designated for this particular street, and to do greater than that speed places people at risk. So we really need to step it up, is what I'm saying. We can't continue with the number of traffic accidents and the pedestrian incidents because that drives our automobile insurance up. So at currently 3.65 citations, I asked the chief, would she please remind all of our staff, everybody is a part of traffic enforcement. If you've got I don't know if you still use northwest, northeast, center west, center east, southwest, southeast, if you're assigned to one of those patrol sectors and you're not on a call and you see someone blow through a stop sign or you see someone going 15, 20 miles an hour down Summer Street, that car should be pulled over and that person should be cited. You can give them a warning. I'm not saying you have to give a non-criminal violation with a fine. That, to me, is educating the public, because if they get enough of those, I think the registry will still suspend your license. So my message to the police department is I'm very pleased we have a level services budget. I'm very pleased we're going to keep up with attrition for those who are retiring. But I guess my question to you, Chief, is will you get together with the command staff and somehow infuse into the troops that we really need the help? It just... Whatever we're doing, it's not enough, and we can see the statistics. And, you know, as a former law enforcement officer and member of BPD, and just as a resident, 3.65 citations in an 8-hour shift doesn't cut it with me. I mean, we all have to have metrics to measure something. And to me, that just cries out that we need people to step up their efforts.
Well, thank you for speaking to me today, Counselor. And the purpose of traffic enforcement, right, is to ensure the safety and well-being of our drivers and pedestrians. And so our strategy in the police department is a multifaceted approach that involves various strategies here. We have the active involvement of all police officers, right? It's a fundamental duty that all of us do traffic enforcement. 2, we also have a key component of monitoring and enforcing laws. In addition to motor vehicle traffic stops, we also do directed patrols. And from 2021 to 2022, we've increased over 150% directed patrols, which are directly addressing parking, ATV issues, traffic, parking enforcement. So that's a second strategy. Another strategy is participating in public awareness and education campaigns like the winter impaired driving or the distracted driving, the click it or ticket, the summer speed. So we participate in all those. Mass Police checkpoint also. We also have our traffic unit. We are down because of staffing issues right now. However, we do have 2 traffic units that are responsible for truck inspections and also assisting with directed patrols in that matter. And that also, they also address any habitual traffic issues and locations, like I've had various conversations with counselors over big box trucks in certain neighborhoods for a long period of times. As we're getting these complaints from the public and observations from our officers, we are addressing and making proactive steps to address this issue. So motor vehicle stops and citations are a component of our traffic strategy, but there are also other things attached to that. That's not the only thing that we do. We also installed, as an educational piece, also the fixed solar power signs. Again, people are going to slow down if they see that they're speeding. It's an education part to our traffic strategy. So I appreciate the conversation today, and we want all of our drivers and our pedestrians to be safe when they're walking and or driving.
And I like the multifaceted approach. Don't think that I don't. But here's my fear. If I were to ask you to take all of the list of patrol officers, not detectives, but those who are in uniform patrol, redact their names and tell me how many citations they've issued in the last 6 months, my fear is that there are people out there that haven't issued a citation in months. And that, to me, means that either they're not focused on traffic enforcement, or maybe they don't want to have to take time out to go to court and have a non-criminal hearing if they have one. And I don't know how my other colleagues feel, but I just think we've got to step it up. And how you do that, it's not up to me to micromanage. How you do that is up to you and the command staff, but I know the public wants safer roads, safer pedestrian areas, and I just want to see us focus on that, because it just seems like every day I pick up the paper and there's an accident, somebody's been hurt, pedestrian's been hit, and some of it is traffic signalization. I realize we need that. Just a couple of other quick questions. Will this budget allow you to dedicate sufficient personnel, for example, over the July 4th holiday to address, loud parties, fireworks? In other words, you'll be able to craft a strategy for handling that?
Yes, we have a plan in place for that already.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Mendez.
Hello. Question that I have is, when calls come in, how do they get triaged or answered? Because the complaint that we always get from the residents is that don't even bother calling the police because they're not going to show up anyways. So can you just explain it to the public how that internal system works, and how do the police will go to different places at?
So depending on the calls are prioritized. So if there's a motor vehicle accident, that's obviously a priority one, something that we are going to address as soon as we can. But if there's a larceny of a motor vehicle that, you don't have a suspect, or the vehicle's gone, that's going to be a lower priority. So obviously those priority calls are always going to take precedence over the non-emergency ones.
Yep. One example is a Sunday afternoon, I was walking at the W. Fields Park, and around 5 o'clock, there was a lot of people there. So the car had gotten broken into. So they called me. They said, we've been waiting for the police for about 40 minutes. I said, call again. So they called again, and then they said, oh, we don't have anybody to send out. You have to come to the station and then file a report.
Without investigating it, I'd have to see what the calls were at that time and where our officers were as far as priority calls.
Yeah, that's what I figured too, and especially after the person is gone, that coming probably became a lower priority. Also, the 21 vacancies that you have, and there's only 4 in the academy at this point?
Yes, so we had a list that we requested for 10. We have already officers out of that training. We have officers currently in training, and we still have 4 officers in the academy. And in September, because the summertime understaffing becomes more of a big issue, we're going to start again in September, and we're looking to hire anywhere between 20 to 25 people. do another 20 backgrounds or so.
Once we hire the additional numbers of officers that you're looking for, do you feel that that will be sufficient for a city of our population and our size, or would that still be a little bit under than what other cities?
So that is a very fluid number, because right now we anticipate 7 retirements. So it's a fluctuating number. People retire, people go out injured. So it's really a fluctuating number. We're hoping to get to the 25 in this batch that's coming up in September.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Councilor D'Agostino.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'll be quick. I just wanted to kind of reiterate, it's similar to Councilor Farwell. I would say the top 3 calls I get in Ward 3, is certainly, when are you going to pave my road? That would probably be number 1. Followed by, we need more traffic enforcement. And you and I have talked about some trouble spots, and you had committed to give me some resources in those trouble areas. So I appreciate that, because I know that clearly, per this conversation, your resources are a little limited. But that would certainly be the number 2 call that I get is folks wanting to see more traffic enforcement. And, unfortunately, we can put all the signs up we want. If people aren't following it, it doesn't matter that the sign's there, unfortunately. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't put them up, but if we're not going to enforce it, I guess that's what I'm saying, is if we're not going to do the enforcement, what's the point in putting the sign up? So again, I just wanted, I appreciate what the department does, certainly. And as you know, and you've been wonderful to set up ride-alongs for me so I could, get a different viewpoint. I really appreciate that. And as long as you're willing, I'll continue to do so, because again, it's a unique perspective.
Come on down.
I will, and I would encourage any counselor who hasn't to absolutely set that up, because that's a perspective you can't get sitting in this room, for sure. So again, like I said, the number 2 call that I get, though, is about the traffic enforcement. So anything you can do on that, I think, I would appreciate it as a counselor, and I know that my constituents certainly would, because I do hear from them a lot on that. Aside from that, I just want to 100% thank the Brockton Police Department for everything they do to keep our city as safe as they possibly can. You put your lives on the line to keep us safe, and I really do appreciate that. And I know that I know all of our Brocktonians appreciate it too, so thank you.
Just a quick question.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief?
Good evening.
I just have a quick question, probably for you or even our CFO. Are you allowed to overhire? Like, meaning, let's say you have 10 spots. Can you hire 13 folks, anticipating that probably within a few months, you'll end up losing a few anyways?
I think the general answer to that, Counselor, is yes. But because in my experience, and as you know, before coming to Brockton, I've worked in several communities. And in my experience, both with police and fire, you're always playing catch-up. In the last several years, it has become more difficult, as the chief noted, to hire sworn police officers. So we have faced here, in my time here, when we had a certain number of vacancies, I think this was in the fire department a couple years ago, targeting hiring more, knowing that with retirements and transfers, you're always playing catch-up. So I think if there were a specific opportunity to hire and the chief identified people, I think what we do is look at the dollar amount that was left for the year and make a decision at that time. But it certainly is possible.
Because, I mean, she is basically walking on a treadmill, doing a lot of walking but not getting anywhere. So I think it's something that we need to look at seriously, because every year we're going through the same thing. I mean, you know, the police department brings in 10 new hires, and then you end up losing 7, and then you bring another 10, and you end up losing 6. So I think it's just something that we ought to look at it seriously and say, you know, perhaps we ought to bring in 15 in hopes that we'll end up at 10, you know, so that at least we're not walking on that treadmill. You know, you're tired as hell from walking on the treadmill, but you haven't gotten anywhere. You know, so I think that's something we ought to look at it seriously, Chief.
Great point.
All right. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam.
Welcome. Anyone else? Chief Perez, I'm grateful to you for responding to my questions in writing when I emailed you earlier. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here this evening.
Have a good night.
Next department is Animal Control. Invited Thomas DeCellis, Director.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, councilors. I do not have an opening statement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilor Farwell.
I have no questions other than to say this is one of my favorite departments. Every time I call Mr. DeCillis to rescue an animal or help me with something, he and his staff are always there. And all kidding aside, I don't think people realize how important it is to have an animal control unit in a community like ours. So thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll pass it on to my staff.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, sir. Just two things kind of really jumped out at me while reviewing this budget. The performance measures where in fiscal year 23, regarding both impoundments and euthanized animals, you had 298 impounded animals, and you're targeting 0 in fiscal year 24?
Yes, actually, Councilor Nicastro questioned the same thing. I believe when that was originally submitted, the impounded animals total was supposed to be for a comparison to the euthanized animals, so that people could see exactly what we had for animal intake compared to the euthanasia rate. I did try researching it earlier today, and that's the best that I could come up with. I don't believe I actually ever put forward like a target, a reduction target for animal intake, while we do our best to try to reduce those numbers through, like say, trying to get people to license their animals and put identification on the animals, so that if somebody reports their animal missing and then somebody finds the animal, that we can put the two in contact, that we don't even have to respond out. That would be a preferred method. Or if they have identification on the animals, whether it be a tag, a collar with their information, a microchip, these are ways we can facilitate getting the animal back to the owner or caretaker instead of bringing it to the animal control facility. So those things like that is what we would try to do to reduce the amount of animal intake. But I believe that's what it was initially when I sent it over, and there might have been a miscommunication on it. But I think that's what the intent was, to provide a figure for impounded animals versus how many animals we euthanize. And we are still below the national average, just to let everyone know.
All right, I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're welcome. Someone else? Councilor Mendez.
The question that I have is, your department, it seems like you're fully staffed, but you're still asking for $30,450 for overtime?
Yes, because we, there are times when we have to fill a shift if somebody's out. There's also, we're on call after hours in case we get called out. Things like that have to be covered by overtime. We're not all salaried employees. Actually, none of the staff at Animal Control is a salaried employee, so they are entitled to overtime compensation in certain situations.
And how much of overtime have you used so far for the FY?
As of right now, I don't have an exact figure.
So far this year, of the $30,450, the department has expended just over $24,000.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Someone else? Mr. DeChellis, I appreciate you helping 2 Ward 4 residents who woke up one morning and found a dead deer on their lawn.
Well, whatever the job entails, we're there to assist in any way, shape, or form we can. So thank you, Counselor.
Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night, everyone.
You too. You bet. Nice job, Tom.
Next is Traffic Commission. Invited Captain Mark Procaro, Chairperson.
Wow, good to see you.
Good evening, Council President Nick Castro, and to your fellow councilors. Thank you for having me. Captain Mark Bacaro, the Brockton Police Department. I'm also your city's traffic commissioner. I know the hour is late. It's almost 10:30, so I'll be very brief. I know you have 3 more budgets behind me that you have to get through tonight. So I just want to touch on some of the current fiscal year's highlights and accomplishments with the Traffic Commission, and then touch on some of the things we look forward to in the next fiscal year. Fiscal year 23 accomplishments. We continued repairing and replacing signs throughout the city through the efforts of the DPW Traffic Division. We increased traffic enforcement in problem areas. We continued to improve traffic control measures, such as maintaining and replacing traffic signals and doing the annual line pavement. It's supposed to be out there tonight, but it's raining. We purchased 6 new solar-powered digital speed feedback signs and installed them in problem areas. I'm sure most of you have seen these signs that we've installed throughout the city. I got 4 more on order. Hope to install some more in the coming years. And we assisted with road closures and traffic plans for special events such as the parades, wakes, and funerals. Some of the other highlights that we experienced this fiscal year is, as the traffic commissioner and as the police department's traffic captain, I and another officer from the Brockton Police Department partnered with the Massachusetts State Police in the resumption of OUI saturation patrols and sobriety checkpoints here in Brockton. For the first time since probably before COVID, the BPD and Mass State Police partnered back in February of this year and conducted a very successful checkpoint operation. I don't know when the last time we've done that. The police department, you know, in the 2.5 years as traffic commissioner, I haven't done it. And I certainly, they didn't do it during COVID, so it was probably years ago before COVID when we did one of these checkpoints. And it was pretty impressive. You know, we met down at the State Police Barracks at 7 o'clock one night. We did a roll call. We did a meet and greet, myself and the other Brockton police officer. They explained the game plan to us. We all came back to Brockton Police and the State Police, and we did, for the first few hours, what they call a saturation patrol, where we just aggressively were pulling over cars for traffic violations and issuing citations. And then at some point around 11 o'clock that night, because the whole operation went till about 3 in the morning, at around 11 o'clock that night, we transitioned to the sobriety checkpoint out on Belmont Street. It was by Monroe Tire. And that was a pretty impressive operation that they set up out there, how they do it and how they process people, how they even, you know, greet people on the street and determine whether they have reasonable suspicion or probable cause to even pull them off the road. But the captain there was impressed with everything. He asked me for my input in the future, and they're going to be back. So you can expect more of these Brockton Police, State Police partnership, OUI sobriety checkpoints here in Brockton. So that was one of the things that I certainly wanted to mention to you guys. I know, Councilor Fowler, you had mentioned about traffic enforcement, and that's something I felt was important to make you aware of. Another thing, another highlight that's more traffic commission is earlier this year, we reviewed and approved the traffic plan for the new public safety building. And most recently, last week at a special traffic commission meeting, we reviewed and approved the sidewalk closure plan for this area during construction. Some of the fiscal year 24 goals and initiatives, we want to continue partnering with the state police, like I had just said, for additional OUI checkpoints, We want to purchase and install more of the solar-powered speed signs that you see. Like I had said a few minutes ago, we have 4 on order, and there's plenty of money to buy more. So please feel free to reach out to me with any more problem locations where you feel these signs could be used. And lastly, I just got invited to be part of a partnership with Mass DOT over the next several years as part of what's called the Safe Roadways Plan. It's a partnership that's still in its infancy, but I'm sure at some point Finance or the Mayor's office will give you a more detailed presentation or explanation, but the state has reached out to Brockton to offer us help over the next 4 years, I believe, and they want to allocate millions of dollars to improve roadway safety here in Brockton. So every 3 weeks we zoom in. We were supposed to have one today. It's been continued to June 27th. We zoom in, and we're going to collaborate and partner with the state and see what we can do to make our roadways safer and better for this city. That's all I have. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Councilor Minichiello?
No questions. I would just like to say that my interaction with the commission has been nothing but thoughtful and cooperative. With respect to some of the issues that come up before them, it's really quality of life issues for many of the residents, and they look to us as counselors to go with them, escort them there. They're unfamiliar with the process. I'm learning the process as a freshman counselor, but the Traffic Commission are very good listeners. They're very suggestive in terms of coming up with solutions that you might not have thought about. I think they do a heck of a job, and I think that they really take their time in really assessing each issue or each problem that comes before them. That's what I've experienced, nothing but very good interaction, and I'd just like to say that publicly to you and to all the rest of the men and women on your commission.
Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor D'Agostino?
Oh, I didn't put my hand up, but since you called on me, I agree with Tom.
Thank you, sir.
He said it, I don't have to say it again.
You can end it right there, Madam President. He agrees with me.
Anyone else?
What Tom said.
Thank you for all the times you assist me with traffic-related concerns in Ward 4.
My pleasure, Councilor.
Okay. And thank you for being here. I'm sorry for the wait.
It's not a problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good job, Cap.
Next is license. Invited Jeffrey Charnell, chairperson.
Good evening, Mr. Charnell.
Good evening, everyone. Madam President.
Here.
Good evening.
So I don't have a formal statement, but I just have a few things I want to run down. So the License Commission is a 5-member board, 2 alternates. We actually are we have all of our members, but we are missing 1 alternate. We meet every third Thursday of the month, and this is for the public. We are in control of licensing. Fortune-telling licenses, all alcohol restaurants, all wine restaurants, all alcoholic premises, all package stores, malt package stores, all alcoholic clubs, common victor licenses, Class 1 and 2 dealers licenses, Class 3 motor vehicle junk dealers licenses, lodging, hotels, and rooming houses, entertainment licenses, automatic amusement devices, 24-hour late business premise permits, marijuana licenses, block party licenses, outdoor dining licenses, special event licenses, and one-day sale of wine and malt, and sometimes all alcoholic when it's a nonprofit. We do only have 1 employee, Sylvia, and just a few of the accomplishments from the License Commission in this past year. We held and hosted a ABCC forum with the chairwoman and the executive director from Boston at the War Memorial. That was mandatory, and we also put that on the Brockton Community Access. The turnout, the room was full. I think more than 60 and 70 restaurants had attended that, and we plan on trying to continue that. Maybe not every year, but maybe every couple years, doing a forum to let people know of some of the changes in all alcoholic licenses and some of the premises changes and some of the club changes. So, but that's, you know, we are a simple majority board, so it takes 3 to pass. Questions?
Questions? Questions, anyone?
Just a quick one.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Charnel. How are you?
Good.
A quick question for you. Since the inception of marijuana in our city, you guys have been settled with a lot more work in that commission, but yet your personnel hasn't really changed in terms of, giving, I mean, as far as I know, all you have is still Sylvia, right?
Yes.
And so how is that working with all this new added responsibilities that you guys have, and also to try to stay on top of the licenses that we actually have allowed here in the city?
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, it's very difficult for Sylvia because not only is she front-facing when people walk in, she's the only one taking phone calls, and then the only one actually doing the day-to-day license duties. So, I mean, I talk to Sylvia on a daily basis. I mean, I talk to her every day because, there's, constituent that needs something. And again, from when I joined the License Commission, I'm the longest tenured. I've been since 2017, as you can see. So, there's, when Hank, former Chairman Hank was here, I mean, we want to keep businesses going. So our goal is to not close businesses and stop people from running their business. All these licensed establishments are very tough to run usually, but it is very, very difficult. I mean, I would probably say next year we would probably be looking to trying to help Sylvia and get her some at least part-time help to maybe file some of this stuff. We're trying to go digital with a lot of this stuff and put applications online, but as you know, that takes time. But yeah, she needs help. She does need
Well, there's a guy sitting right next to you that you can actually have a conversation with them, especially with all these marijuana funds that we have in the city, that perhaps we could use a little bit of that money towards hiring somebody to deal with the marijuana issues in the city.
Yeah.
Shaking his head, so that's a good thing. So.
I mean, during the forum, I said Sylvia has, 8 arms. I mean, she really does a lot with very, very little. So as you can see, the budget did go up this year because, I mean, just the services that we provide, just for renewal season alone is a bear. I mean, we renew almost 1,000 licenses in the city amongst all these different businesses.
Because you're actually a moneymaker for the city, so if that being the case, I think it makes sense for us to basically support those that actually are bringing more revenue into this community.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate all that you and the commissions do, and then also what Sylvia does down there, and whatever we can do to help from our end here, we'll definitely push that, because I think we should look at that, especially since marijuana came into play and added additional responsibilities down there.
Thank you, Councilor. And one thing that, as a chairman, that I'm very committed to is educating the commissioners that are coming on. We've planned schooling with Boston, and then we have outside vendors coming in to also provide some, Robert's Rules training and different things that maybe people in their day-to-day work don't encounter when they come to a License Commission meeting. So, again, I get it. I've been around a long time, but it takes a little while.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Mr. Charnel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Yes.
Next department is Parking Authority. Invited Eric Atkinson, Executive Director.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, councilors.
before I get into our budget, I just want to take a minute to publicly thank Troy and Tiffany and their staffs for all their help through this process. One new item that we put in this year's budget under our positions is for a admin 1 position. A lot of talk has been taken, there's been a lot of talk over the last year about increasing the usage of the Adams Garage, and we're also going to be upgrading some systems, but one of the things that we're going to be needing to do as part of that is accepting credit cards. Any credit cards that we accept currently are going through third-party vendors. In order to process them in-house, we're looking to get that admin position so that we can beef up our credit card payments in the future. As I just alluded to, one major project that we have coming in the next year is upgrading the park systems in both the Adams and the Carpenter Garage. The Adams system right now is garbage, completely needs to be replaced. In the Carpenter Garage, we have a license plate reader system that just is not functioning the way that we expected that it was going to. And we feel a change is needed, and this has also been approved by our board. Last year when I presented my budget, we were transitioning from 3 funds to an enterprise fund. There were a couple items from last year's budget that weren't necessarily accounted for properly that went to our prior revolving fund. We've used this year to get those back in line. So a couple of the large variances that you see from this year to last year are because of that. But I'd be happy to take any questions you have at this time.
Councilor D'Agostino.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Consultants.
I meant to answer that during my opening speech. We do have a consultant line. We increased it from 5 to 15,000. This is solely for putting together the RFP and the implementation of the park system in the garage. The board has approved this, and we already have a vendor that's been picked.
Okay. All right. That takes care of that. And then there's enforcement equipment, and then there's department equipment. Can you just tell me where the different categories, what would be considered enforcement, what would be considered department?
Enforcement is specific to the parking control officers. They're the ones who go around to the meters and issue the citations around the downtown area. Department equipment would be more general.
So like you talked about wanting to upgrade some equipments in the 2 garages, where would that?
That's going to be a capital expense.
That'll be under capital expense. Okay, thank you. And then again, I'm sorry, department equipment was what?
Just general equipment for the department. Maintenance for the garages, the equipment we use to do our landscaping and lot cleanup, things of that nature.
Okay. And then if I could ask, department equipment, what was the year-to-date?
Which line is that, the department equipment repair and maintenance? Or department equipment rental lease?
I mean, on the budget I have, it just says department equipment. It's a $7,500 proposed item. $500 was adopted last year. It's on the second page, at the right up before the total of goods, the total goods and supplies. One item up from that.
Okay, yeah, because there's just several department.
Oh, yeah, that was part of the revolving fund last year. That particular line is for clothing and equipment for the PCO officers.
So that particularly for the parking authority, as Eric mentioned, this year was a transition year as the enterprise fund began to take over some of the financial responsibilities, the revolving fund is being retired now at the end of this fiscal year. So that's why you see some significant increases in some of these proposed expenses. And so out of the actual operating budget, and that $500 in the operating budget, it's a $500 amount this year. There's been nothing expended, but there has been expenses in the revolving fund, and we can get those for you, but that's not in this printout. But that and several other of the items you can see appear to be significant increases, but it's actually increasing the transparency and bringing those expenses from the revolving fund and fully funding the enterprise fund so that all of the expenses of the department moving forward will be reflected in this budget.
Okay. So if department equipment ends up to, it sounded like you basically said it was like uniforms, but you have
Clothing and equipment. They have handheld devices that they patrol the city with.
Okay,
that's
what I was looking for, was handheld devices, because then you have a purchase of clothing item, you know.
The purchase of clothing, that's more for the rest of the department. The specific uniforms that the PCO officers will wear, our day-to-day, or our other employees, we supply T-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, et cetera.
Okay. And what was used year-to-date on that?
Which one are we talking about here, Eric? Purchase of clothing. The purchase of clothing, thus far this year, the expense has been about $4,500, just over $4,500.
Okay, all right. So your request is in line with your usage, so that's kind of what I was looking for. All right. And talked about consultants. Oh, and then real estate tax charges.
Yep, that's actually for our water usage. We don't have a specific line for water, but we do get charged for the water that we use for the sprinkler systems outside of the garage.
Okay. All right. I don't know if it's possible maybe for next year to just make that, you know, it looks like you're paying real estate taxes.
I understand.
Yeah, so, okay. That's all I had. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Councilor Mendez.
Yes, if you fill the proposed new position, would you still be needed the additional overtime, the $22,000 for overtime?
We may. We primarily use the overtime in the winter months for snow removal. This year, thankfully, was a light year, so when we only receive 1 or less than 2 inches of snow, we handle it ourselves, and it's done through overtime. Once we hit that 2-inch threshold, my staff can't handle it, so we'll go to the outside landscaping company that we're using. So this year, our snow removal was very low, but our overtime was a little bit higher, but the net was much lower than both lines combined.
And the other question that I had regarding meter parts, is this the significant increase that was talked about, the $2,000 for FY23, and then this year $12,500?
One thing, we talked about it a little bit in last year's budget. We had a lot of vandalism to our meters. This year, we didn't have as much, but we still had some. We worked with our vendor to try and cover, several of these parts, and they've worked with us so that we can get some of them at a discounted rate, but they're not covering everything, so we found it was necessary with all these thefts that we had to bump that line up.
Do you find it was better than now you change it? It's just a credit card now. They don't do the
We still
coins.
accept coin.
They still accept coins.
The change that they made was to the doors on the vault for the meters and the brackets, so it's a little bit tighter than it was. So it's a lot harder for people to get in, but like everything, they find a way.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm wondering about the year-to-date cost on meter parts.
Just shy of $15,000.
Councilors? Councilor Minichiello.
One quick question. I think this is one for Mr. Clarkson. We spoke briefly about, the cost of electricity. So with respect to the parking authority, they're showing a request of $90,000 for electricity. The police department had $22,000, and then, when we get to the other different departments that have, buildings, there's going to be obviously electrical bills. I get calls probably once a week from electrical providers wanting me to switch my, electrical service to someone so that I can get a better rate. Have we, and can we, try to go to a different or a better, more advantageous payment scale by pursuing a different vendor with respect to electrical throughout the city to try to have, a significant savings? As we discussed, the school is a huge provider, or a huge user, certainly, of electricity throughout the district. I mean, if we could somehow, lower the rates by going to different providers that provide the actual service that we need, I mean, it could be a significant savings across the board for electricity throughout the city for all, for these buildings, for every department that has to pay an electric bill. I mean, you can see the significant increase in the budgets. No fault to the department heads. The electricity's gone up, but there's certainly programs out there. Different people I know have cut down their electrical bills significantly by going with a different vendor of sorts. Again, I don't know how efficient these vendors are. We certainly want the electricity when we need the electricity. We don't want to have any issues with it, but Mr. Sackison has a $90,000 bill. Is there a way to go to a different provider to cut that bill, down by 30% or 25% or even half? I don't know.
The answer is yes, most certainly, and we currently do a lot in that space. Let me just explain a couple of different programs that we have undertaken. One has existed for quite some time. The city, many years ago, decided to purchase energy from solar projects. And so you'll see when we review my budget on Wednesday night, there's a large line for electricity or consultants in my budget. And that's money that we actually pay for existing contracts with solar farms to purchase electricity. So we have contracts, and we can get you the per kilowatt hour rate for these, that we purchase through these contracts, and then we then get credits back from those contracts, and we apply them based on usage to different departments. In addition to that, through the city's energy services contract with Amoresco that has existed for many years, we also, through them, were able to access consultants that actually go out on a regular basis and look at commodity pricing, both gas and electric, to try to secure the best rates that we can for the city. So we've been pretty active in that space.
Is there still more work we can do to get?
Oh, no, there's no question about it. So it's actually, it's constant work. So I just signed, not a contract, it's an authorization just a couple weeks ago to allow that consultant from Amoresco to access all of our energy bills to go back out to the market. So it's something that we do on a regular basis, but because it's something that is such a huge part of our costs, what I can certainly do is give you the commodity pricing that we're just paying right now through all of these various commodity buys that we've made in the last several years, just to give you a glimpse at, say, what rates we're paying versus the standard per kilowatt hour from the monopoly utilities.
I'm just hopeful that, we can whittle this down even more, obviously.
Absolutely.
Because, again, through no fault of the department heads, but their electric bills are all going up, just like all of us. So if we can somehow get something more advantageous, we're all going to benefit, so. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson.
Anyone else? Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Nice job, Eric.
The last department is Elections Commission. Invited Cynthia Scrivani, Executive Director.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, councilors. Thanks for having me here. I just want to say that among the many things that we do at the Elections Commission office, one of our main goals is to manage and conduct fair and impartial elections. I have been with the Elections Office for 23 years. The last 3 years have been very challenging with all the new laws that the state is making for election laws. But I have it's me and a staff of 3 other team members who I can't thank enough because of their hard work and dedication. You'll notice my budget is pretty much the same as the last year's budget. We do have more money. I have asked for more money in like polls because we do have 3 elections for this fiscal year, because the presidential primary will be like March 5th, so that is in this budget. I also anticipate, because of the election laws now and the ones that we probably will have coming up with the presidential primary, we'll have a lot more mail. My office and my staff, we can't handle the influx of mail that comes in when the state mails out postcards to every registered voters. So one of my line items for temporary seasonal help, I've asked for more money for that so that I could possibly pull in some more of my poll workers to come in during the week and take care of a lot of the mail and mailing out and opening mail. And I hate that. And we also have early voting for the first time for a city election this year, which is 1 week of early voting in September and 2 weeks of early voting in November. So that needs to be manned also. So that's why you will see maybe a little more money in my polls item. Other than that, I do have a consultant. The only thing I use the consultant for is to post all my legal postings that have to be posted for an election. So that's the only reason that I have a consultant. Other than that, I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Small one.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cindy, I see that you have $5,000 in your advertisement here on the budget. Is there any way you can use some of advertising money to maybe rent a couple billboards in the city so we can at least put information about election dates on them?
Yes, so I have used Siskin Law up on Belmont Street and the highway sign at the highway. I drive that highway all the time. I've never once seen that there was an election in Brockton.
Right.
So I don't really think that that sign is kind of useful for us. It just goes by too fast. And again, I travel that highway daily and never once saw it when it was up there. I have purchased more signs so that I can put them around the city of Brockton, say a week ahead of an election, saying don't forget to vote on a such and such a day. The advertising, I usually, because we have to post, like the warrants, we have to post, certain things we have to post, and we post it in the enterprise. And And it's so expensive to post in that, so that's where that money goes for that.
No, but I'm saying like those fixed billboards, we have a few of them in the city itself. You know, there's one right down the street here.
The Skinned or something right there on, by Dairy Queen, that's one, right?
No, I'm talking about those big billboards. There's a couple of them on North Main Street. There's one right here on Crescent Street. Crescent or School Street, one of those. There's another one on 123. I'm just saying a fixed one where we can just put some election dates as a reminder, you know, for, you know, a month or so, 2 months, just to let people know when the elections are actually taking place.
I will certainly look into that, absolutely.
And it's not that expensive.
Perfect. I'm looking for any way to advertise and get a higher voter turnout, especially in a city election.
Yeah, just basically to let people know that, you know, those specific dates that are available to them in the sense, because a lot of times, especially with the primaries, because they change all the time.
Right.
People are not aware that it's on this week, that week, this week, that week, or whatever it is. So
Right, and with city elections, they're not aware that there's a preliminary.
Right.
Or that there's even a city election.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much for being here and for waiting.
Thank you. Thank you, councilors. Good night.
Councilors, any announcements?
Good morning.
Well, I have a few. First of all, tomorrow night, we will resume our budget hearings at 6:30 here in council chambers. And I also wanted to announce, sitting in front of me this evening is Taylor Bennett from the clerk's office. Last night, her uncle, David Lindsay Abair, won several Tony Awards for the musical that he wrote, Kimberly Akimbo. And that's an amazing accomplishment. I waited kind of long to announce it, but I just want to congratulate her and her family. We're very proud to have her among us. And if there's nothing else, we're adjourned.